All right, we're here. We are back on another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze episode of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I want to thank everyone who's already here. I see the pro-black perspective is here saying we ready. So shout out to those of you who are here. Those of you who are on your way, shout out to you as well. We have some really good topics tonight. So just to give you guys a preview, we're going to be talking about fascist dictatorship. We were supposed to do this last week, but we didn't get to it. We were supposed to do this one last week too, and I think it's important that we do it, even though it's belated. Well, happy birthday, Assata Shakur. Happy belated birthday. We're gonna talk about this. You know, this term we keep hearing that black immigrants are tethers. This is one of these Tariqisms. We have a prompt here saying that black people are tethers. We're gonna look into that a little closer. We're gonna talk about the other side of black economics and the problem that you see with black entrepreneurship. We're gonna answer the question: this is why blackness means nothing. We're going to answer the question: did Keenan Thompson, of all people, knock out Mike Tyson? We're going to look at the situation and answer the question if it's positive or negative for the diaspora. We're also going to look at the topic of FBA, or Black Americans who were enslaved in America, owning slaves themselves. And then lastly, you guys might be familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson, but we're going to discuss Cicely Peterson tonight. Those topics, all of them, will be hit during the night. I see Kevin Carre is there in the chat. Let me drop the link now for those who want to join the panel tonight. And on the other side of the intro, we will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Saturday, I had to need someone here. Saturday night, Shoot the Breeze. Let me mute because y'all have this noise coming through. Yeah, we are here again, and we have some good topics to discuss. Let me welcome some of the panelists tonight. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
Sorry, I'm very well. Just finished doing my garden.
Oh, okay. Good to hear from you. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week, my friend?
I'm great, good brothers, man. How you all doing?
I'm good. Good to hear from you. By the way, you guys check out the community tab for the Bitter Medicine podcast. You know, Mr. Untouchable responded to a question I asked earlier. I'd like to hear from you guys. If you scroll through, there's some interesting stuff I try to put up on the community tab. You guys make sure interact with those things too, you know. Also, let's welcome in Oni this week. Oni, how are you?
Yeah, I'm cool. Mr. Untouchable said we're gonna do some capitalist show, so I'm waiting for that.
Well, we're going to start with a topic you put forward, and you actually spoke about Oni on your broadcast on, last Sunday. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, and by the way, shout out to Jay, the Learning Curve, and everyone else who came into the chat. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is, are we ready for the fascist dictatorship? This came with a link. Let me share it with you guys. And we'll watch. It's a link to a Reddit post, but there's an embedded video here. You see right here, this white guy. So this is titled "This Horrifying Truth About What's Going On in Evangelical Churches in the USA." Now remember, the prompt itself should be prompt number 1 tonight is, are we ready for the fascist dictatorship? So watch it with those lenses on. Let's play it, and then we'll discuss.
But it's so important that you watch it all the way through. This video is going to be a longer one, but it's so important that you watch it all the way through, and you will understand why once you start to see it. And I want to thank this creator for providing this video, putting it on this platform, doing my part to make everyone aware that this is happening. Please go give this creator some engagement. Prepare.
So we'll read it together, okay? As a patriot of faith, I attest my allegiance first and foremost to the kingdom of God and the Great Commission. Secondly, I agree to be a watchman over our nation concerning its people and their rights for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas we, the church, are God's governing body on the earth. Whereas we have been given legal power from heaven and now exercise our authority. Whereas we are God's ambassadors and spokespeople over the earth. Whereas through the power of God, we are the world influencers. Whereas because of our covenant with God, we are equipped and delegated by Him to destroy every attempted advance of the enemy. We make our declarations. We decree that America's executive branch of government will honor God and defend the Constitution. We decree that our legislative branch, Congress, will write only laws that are righteous and constitutional. We decree that our judicial system will issue rulings that are biblical and constitutional. We declare that we stand against wokeness, the occult, and every evil attempt against our nation. We declare and we now take back our God-given freedoms according to our Constitution. We declare that we take back influence at the local level in our communities. We decree that we take back and permanently control positions of influence and leadership in each of the 7 mountains. We decree that the blood of Jesus governs and protects our nation. It protects and separates us from God. We declare people carries no power, authority, or rights in our land nor over our people. We decree that we will operate in unity, going beyond denominational lines in order to accomplish the purposes of God for our nation. And we decree that America shall be saved.
That's their goal. Christian nationalism backing a theocratic dictatorship. These people are Nazis. They will remove the rights of everyone that isn't white, male, heterosexual, and devout Christian. It is the antithesis of our diverse communities in the US. We all need to get our asses in gear and go vote. And outside that, we need our politicians to stand up to this shit. Stop cowering and do something about these fascists.
Interesting. Interesting. And you guys might hear some noise in the background. I have fans going because it is scalding hot out here in NYC. I want to welcome in Jay to the panel. Jay, how are you this week?
Good morning. I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you? How is everyone in the panel and in the chat?
I'm fine. I'm glad to see you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, it sounds like you might be eating, so I'll come back to you. Kevin Cowray, what say you to this prompt? Are we ready for the fascist dictatorship?
Listen, most of our people are in this church anyway. They don't see that they're brainwashed. But what I'm seeing from this, I'm looking at both sides. I'm not looking at those people saying that stuff. I'm looking at this guy too. But what I'm seeing is utter fear. As I said, it's like, when you hold on to a slippery pole that's greased down, and you're trying to go back up, and you only start flipping it down. That's the way I look at it with the whites in this country. They're losing power, not just in this country, but in the world. And this is just fear. They say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do this and this." If you had power, you would not be saying these things. Didn't at one point the evangelical church had a grip on politics? No one's going to these churches anymore.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing is these are old people, if not near middle age to middle age to old people. That's what I'm seeing. It's just fear. But at the same time, though, you gotta get your Second Amendment just in case, man. You gotta have it ready just in case.
Thank you for that, Kevin Cowray. Earlier, NYC Beauty said, "Greetings, family," and Kevin Cowray actually was in the chat. He said, "Get the likes up, family." So, yeah, if you come in and you hear my voice, you hear the panelists, just hit the like button. It doesn't cost you a thing. Just do that for us. NYC Beauties agrees with Kevin Cowray. Says, "All I hear is fear. I see white people are losing power by the day. This is nothing more than an outburst." Lero's here, saying peace, loved ones, as well as the Harsh Reality Podcast. That's D Webb, saying peace to the family. Mr. Untouchable, are we ready for the fascist dictatorship?
Well, according to them, first of all, let me say this. This guy who had nail polish on, never trust a man who wear nail polish. That's first and foremost. Needless to say that as far as this war that he's talking about, or the fascist dictatorship, that war has already been won. Trump put in the majority of the Supreme Court right now are filled with ultra conservative people, ultra conservative. You know what I mean? So they're trying to rule a whole lot back in the United States of America. I just waiting for them to roll back slavery, waiting for that one. But as far as these people making their proclamations, their feel-good proclamations, I'm saying that, and also let me also say this too. Many of the federal judges that who Trump would have put into office, they are ultra conservative people too. So, despite the fact that who you may vote in power, the laws are going to be tinted towards the favor of these ultra conservative people, especially when they come in to interpreting laws of the country. So the Supreme Court going to interpret their laws, in a very far right, and then the federal judges on the bench will back it up. So I mean, this war has already been won. So for me, this is just a feel-good mission. The other thing too is the hypocrisy sometimes when these people talk about places like Boko with Nigeria, Boko Haram, and Al Qaeda with their religious fanaticism, and they don't mention their own religious fanaticism. Because when I see this, I just thinking of Boko Haram in Nigeria. I thinking about those fanatics over there who kill a young woman for saying something against the prophet. Imagine if you say something against George Washington with these fanatics or against white Jesus. They'll do the same thing. You know what I mean? They'll do the same goddamn thing. And these people remind me even not the Saudi Arabians too. You know what I mean? These moral policemen, and they trying to morally police the United States, which the United States is supposed to be a free country. Now that's all gone now. You know, so as far as the fascist dictatorship, this guy is too late to the party. I'm thinking, because these people who hold high office right now, they are ultra conservatives. So forget about the politicians. Forget about the whole idea of sending a politician to office. These people are already bought off by these corporations, long bought off by these corporations. And your free vote, is not going to weigh heavier than some lobbyists paying some politician hundreds of millions of dollars to get their specific laws passed. So as far as this whole idea of democracy and every vote is equal and on the same basis, that is, you are dreaming. But the fascist dictatorship, for me, he's late to the party, I think.
Thanks for that, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, NYC Beauty says Christian Wahhabism. I haven't heard that word in a long time, Wahhabism. In the chat, Kevin Curry 42 says you have to also throw in neoliberalism. Trigger Happy 262 is out there. He says they aren't losing power when we haven't gained an inch. And Jay, for some reason, said, I used to have arachnophobia. Spiders had it bad in my home. I'm just saying. So now let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this prompt and that video that we watched?
I'm shocked. To be honest, I'm shocked because yes, I see it too. They are scared as hell. This sounded so desperate, so confused also. But yes, what Mr. Untouchable said, and the person that posted Christian Wahhabism. What I sometimes wonder is what history lessons did you have about Nazi Germany? Because Nazi Germany also started like this, this self-glorification or this white glorification, the rights and the beautiful things that white people have created must be protected, and it's ours, and we have to water it again. This sounded like let's say 90, 30, 34, 5, 6. Next thing you're gonna see is youth movements, whites gathering, celebrating white families, celebrating white procreation. Is that what it's called? Creating white babies.
Yes.
Yeah. The next thing is all of that. In television shows, the United States is the molder, the maker of world views, right? And Germany was that in its Germany was an industrial wonder on many levels. When we came to the Netherlands, my father was already here, and he got us here in early '72. The charts were still full of German songs, German disco, German Schlager, as they call it, German traditional music. The United States has taken the place of the industrial marvel, and it's not only industrial marvel as we they tend to hide the media impact that Germany had. If it's still in the early 70s till late 70s, still ringing in pop music and such. And even school, if you wanted to do something technical, if you wanted to follow some technical route after grammar school, you had to choose German in your packet. And nowadays that's English. So math and geometry and those type of stuff is now in English for some strange reason. And I see the Nazification. But this time with the United States as gun and ammo.
Interesting, man. Thank you for that. Interesting. Yeah, I think I think there is truth to what you're saying, and that I think the Nazis learned from America, and then America learned back from them. And I think we do see a lot of Nazism in what's called Americanism, you know. With that said, let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you?
Well, first I gotta say you must be making a lot of money because all I hear is OnlyFans. Nah, you burning up in that, bro. Anyway, but so this video, I want to say, like, I could see what everybody else was saying, especially Jose, with the Nazi connection. I want to say though, what I like about what I notice about this video is that it shows you how you can have a political education for your people. These white people are, because like whether they're old, whether they're young, like whatever age they are, it really doesn't matter. The fact that they can fill a room of, I don't know, let's pretend I want to say like 5,000 people. No, maybe not. Maybe how many people y'all think that is? How much is that? Maybe like 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, maybe like 2,000 people.
That could be towards 4,000 or 5,000. Yeah.
Oh, 4,000 or 5,000. Yeah. Okay. You get a room full of 4,000 to 5,000 people to say, look, this is how we're going to be politically. They might smile in your face when they see you, but behind closed doors, because you're not in this church, right? Behind closed doors, this is what they're embracing. That's really critical. Because we don't have that. I've been saying, one of the things I like about the church, I don't like the church, but one thing I like about the church and that I can respect about the church is that you meet every week to discuss something, Now, what we do in our churches, like our churches don't look like this. You know what I mean? I don't go to our churches, but I know our churches don't look like this. When we go to our churches, there's a bunch of performances. The pastor's dancing. He's funny. He's comical. You get there, you laugh, you cry, you sing, you dance, right? That's what you're doing at your church. This is what these white folk are doing at their church. They're saying, look, we pretty much are about to declare war on the other white folk and these black folks especially. And then and then you got to peep what the other white folk are doing, right? The other white folk are like, let's just vote them out. You understand? Now, when these white folk, this is 5,000 white boys armed, not only with a political education, but armed with weapons, right? And the other white boy listening to this is, blah, blah, I'm gonna, we gotta vote them against, call him your politician, right? Now, that's one part of it. Now, here's this. Now, this is the part that I wanna focus on. So I sent this to my cousin, because my cousin sometimes talks political. And so I said, let me send it to her, right? And then she responds first off with, "Oh, I'm a Christian." In fact, I could probably read it because she messaged me, but it was like, she said, "First of all, I believe in God and Jesus, and love, not hate. Secondly, this man is wearing nail polish, right? I didn't notice he was wearing nail polish. I'm surprised Mr. Untouchable noticed, but two things I want to say about that, right? One was, like I don't really listen to Amos Wilson too much, but one time I did. And he said something about the Prime Minister of Japan. And the Prime Minister of Japan was clowning Americans. And the reason why he was clowning Americans, he was like, y'all give blacks too much stuff, and y'all also be giving women too much, And then so to further clown women, I don't remember what he said about blacks, but he said something about women where he was like, women don't pay attention to what nobody's saying. They just pay attention to what they was wearing. You know what I mean? So like, you know, he's like, I can do a big speech on economics, and the woman would say, you know, oh man, his suit is not even, you know, whatever, or his suit look good, whatever, right? Now, I didn't notice the man's nail. Apparently, a lot of people do notice his nails. I mean, it probably was up in people's faces, whatever. But the thing about it is, why is it that you look at this presentation of pretty much we finna go lynch these N-words, and then a black woman, right? My cousin's a black woman, right? Not even an African American, right? Because, you know, we're not African Americans, right? But a black woman, okay, I see the apology now. Motherfucker put it right in your face. But a black woman is saying that's the same. I have the same religion. I don't see a problem with this. More or less saying I don't see a problem with this, and I more see a problem with this dude because he has nail polish. Now, I'm not really like, I'm not for people with nail polish, obviously, but you understand that when the war come, right? You got to pick a side, or you could stay neutral, right? But if this white boy is gonna get run over, right? He pretty much the one, like basically it's like Civil War II, right? In the Civil War, you had the Union and the Confederacy, right? And if the Union were soft and surrendered, your black ass was gonna get cut. So what happened was that black folk actually joined with the Union, all right? But now what you're seeing is maybe some black, first off, the Union, right? Union version 2 is looking soft, okay? Nail polish soft, right? Then the Confederacy 2 is looking prim and proper. You feel me? I mean, by prim and proper, I'm trying to say they bulky. I don't know. They got it, right? But then the black folk, who they gonna join? Because most of us gonna be like, I'll sit it out. You gonna sit it out and watch these motherfuckers. Watch you become strange fruit. That's all I gotta say.
In the chat, Kevin Carre 42 mentioned the Inquisitions, the Salem witch hunts, and he said, "No way the whites are getting together again. Too many X factors: abortion, opioid, plague, men and women at each other's throats, etc., etc. They're going to destroy one another in the end. Let's stay out of their fights." Sister Raw is here. Raw, Vital, Vegetarian is here. Greetings to you, Sister Raw. Yeah, so you guys heard what Oni had to say. Does anyone want to add to what was said there?
Yeah, I picked something up just now. You know, Oni alluded to it. You know, but I have to credit Oni with this. So the question is about, you know, are you ready for the fascist dictatorship? So these guys are professing fascism, and this guy's saying, "Oh, God involved," so they can make more fascists all to stop these. So you see, it's like a never-ending one-up. You know what the term? Am I saying up? One-uppings?
Yeah, one-up.
All it is.
Yeah.
The only person that's going to suffer is us. But I digress.
Yeah, I would like to say something.
Go ahead.
I like the page where Oni is on for 3 weeks on a row now, and that's a presentation and the use of media and crowd control via media, the how-tos and the do's and the don'ts. I like it, Oni. I like it.
All right.
Appreciate it, bro.
There's nothing else left there. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is belated birthday, Assata Shakur. And this came with a link. Let's play it. And then we'll discuss. What's going on? All right. There it goes.
Those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Juan Gonzalez. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world. We begin today's show looking at the case of Assata Shakur, a legendary figure within the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. On Thursday, she became the first woman ever to make the FBI's most wanted terrorist list. In addition, the FBI in the state of New Jersey doubled the reward for her capture to $2 million. Shakur was convicted in the May 2nd, 1973 killing of a New Jersey state trooper during a shootout that left one of her fellow activists dead. She was shot twice by police during the incident. In 1979, she managed to escape from jail, and she later fled to Cuba, where she received political asylum. She has long proclaimed her innocence. On Thursday, FBI Special Agent Aaron Ford spoke at a press conference announcing Shakur's placement on the most wanted terrorist list. He refers to Shakur as Joanne Chesimard, her original name.
Openly and freely in Cuba, she continues to maintain and promote her terrorist ideology. She provides anti-U.S. government speeches espousing the Black Liberation Army message of revolution and terrorism. No person, no matter what his or her political or moral convictions are, is above the law. Joanne Chesimard is a domestic terrorist who murdered a law enforcement officer execution style.
That's FBI Special Agent Aaron Ford. In a moment, we'll be joined by two guests, the scholar and activist Angela Davis, who faced her own murder trial decades ago, and Lennox Hines, Assata Shakur's longtime attorney for some 40 years. But first, we turn to Assata Shakur in her own words. In 1998, Democracy Now! Aired her reading an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba. She wrote the message after New Jersey state troopers sent the Pope a letter asking him to call for her extradition.
My name is Assata Shakur, and I was born and raised in the United States. I am a descendant of Africans who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas as slaves. I spent my early childhood in the racist, segregated South. I later moved to the northern part of the country, where I realized that Black people were equally victimized by racism and oppression. I grew up and became a political activist, participating in student struggles, the anti-war movement, and most of all, in the movement for the liberation of African Americans in the United States. I later joined the Black Panther Party, an organization that was targeted by the COINTELPRO program, a program that was set up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to eliminate all political opposition to the U.S. government's policies, to destroy the Black liberation movement in the United States, to discredit activists, and to eliminate potential leaders. Under the COINTELPRO program, many political activists were harassed, imprisoned, murdered, or otherwise neutralized. As a result of being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death. The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news articles to the press, accusing me and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case, the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officer could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-'70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists. At this point, I think that it is important to make one thing very clear. I have advocated, and I still advocate, revolutionary changes in the structure and in the principles that govern the United States. I advocate self-determination for my people and for all oppressed people inside the United States. I advocate an end to capitalist exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I am totally guilty. To make a long story short, I was captured in New Jersey in 1973 after being shot with both arms held in the air and then shot again from the back. I was left on the ground to die, and when I did not, I was taken to a local hospital where I was threatened, beaten, and tortured. In 1977, I was convicted in a trial that can only be described as a legal lynching. In 1979, I was able to escape with the aid of some of my fellow comrades. I saw this as a necessary step, not only because I was innocent of the charges against me, but because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered in prison. I later arrived in Cuba, where I am currently living in exile as a political refugee. The New Jersey State Police and other law enforcement officials say they want to see me brought to justice. But I would like to know what they mean by justice. Is torture justice? I was kept in solitary confinement for more than 2 years, mostly in men's prisons. Is that justice? My lawyers were threatened with imprisonment and imprisoned. Is that justice? I was tried by an all-white jury without even the pretext of impartiality and then sentenced to life in prison plus 33 years. Is that justice? Let me emphasize that justice for me is not the issue I am addressing here. It is justice for my people that is at stake. When my people receive justice, I am sure that I will receive it too.
That is an excerpt of a letter Assata Shakur read, an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba in 1998. When we come back from break, we'll be joined by Assata Shakur's longtime attorney, Lennox Hines, and the scholar and activist, Angela Davis. Stay with us. Thanks so much for watching this report.
Yes. So, this is a belated topic because I ended the show a little bit early last week and we didn't get to it. It was planned for last week when it was actually Assata Shakur's birthday. Kevin Carre, what were you aware of with regards to Assata Shakur, and what's your feelings towards her?
Well, I heard about her. I didn't know about anything about her when I was a little kid. It was not until I got to college that I learned about her. As with my feelings towards her, I'm on her side. We live in a very racist society. They make the rules, and that rule book is still in play today. Like everything she said is, I believe her. This is what this government has done since we've been on this rock. The rules is tilted in their favor. No matter what we do, we're always going to get hemmed up in their system. But the other thing you see right there, that's scene, you see the guy reading right in the red tie, right?
Yeah.
Look at the guy right next to him. Isn't it? It's like he's like the marionette. He's making sure this guy's on. He stays on script and just keep going, man. But it's funny how they use a black agent to put it out there, like I mean, but I digress.
Jay, in your neck of the woods, what does Assata Shakur mean to you guys out there?
Assata Shakur is I don't know. You're also not an African American, so you must also understand when I speak of how African American icons are the banners of our struggle outside of the United States.
Right.
So as I said, quote unquote just banner, and this open letter was very revealing to me. Finally, finally her voice, for one, finally some deeper understanding of what happened and where she stands. And another thing, I believe 0.0 has changed since their struggle, since the struggle of her generation, and nowadays, as she mentioned, anti-sexist, as she mentioned, to be anti-sexist. And I want to make a side note. Angela Davis is touring the world with her white wife sitting beside her on stage, which somewhere irritates me. But anyway, the feminist movement was already strong in those days. I wonder what be the difference between then and now. That's all.
Thank you for that, Jay. Thank you for that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
There are several things that's going on here. So let me just say, I try to make some points of it. If see, the American government can't stomach, it doesn't seem like they could stomach the fact that Assata Shakur is able to freely live in Cuba. But imagine there are many Americans, many Black Americans, tax-paying citizens, who have to stomach the fact that the murder of Emmett Till, or the accuser of Emmett Till, I can't remember the lady's name now. She is permitted to stay alive, even though she was the person who pointed the finger for the murderers to kill the young boy. But the prosecutor just said that, hey, we're not going to prosecute this case. So some American citizens, in particular Black citizens, have to stomach that fact. Assata Shakur, she was supposedly at the scene of a crime, and she is freely able to live in Cuba. They say, well, she's responsible for the death of a police officer. That's questionable. And the problem with that is that even if that was a matter of question, if she was to go before the courts, she can't receive a fair trial. Because her name has been so publicized into the minds of so many Americans. How could she possibly receive a fair trial? As a matter of fact, the whole idea of having a fair trial in America is a joke, because we don't go into the court system and how that's designed, but you can't never really receive a fair trial in any court or judicial system, not only in America, but really worldwide. As far as her writing the Pope, now I'm confused about this. I'm thinking that she was a Marxist. So why is a Marxist writing the Pope? I'm confused about that. I mean? I'm a little bit confused about that. Maybe someone could help me out with that. Why she would do something like that. Well, okay. As far as what else? I do hope that she dies. Because I think that Assata Shakur is in the 70s right now.
Yeah, so I think she's 73 or something like that.
Yeah, when she transitions, I hope she transitions peacefully in her space. Freely. And I'm thinking that she's been in Cuba so long, she's embedded herself with the Cuban people, so they're not gonna let her outside of Cuba without a fight. So, and I know that she's probably built up so much solidarity there that's not gonna be just an easy victory. So I think that if somebody who wants to go and try to pursue her like Dog the Bounty Hunter and all them other clowns, they're gonna find a struggle in trying to get her out of Cuba. I know that for a fact. But like I say, as far as what's the truth and what's falsehood, when these people read their narratives, like they got the black guy reading off a script, calling Assata Shakur a domestic terrorist, even though he is old enough to know better, he's gonna sing for his supper regardless, and that's unfortunate. We have many people like that. They like to say that, well, it's only non-FBA who does these kinds of things. But many people, many people in America, would be willing to take that script and read off of the fact that this person is a domestic, his sister is a domestic terrorist, understanding what America is, in particular New Jersey, because they have a terrible track record. But I would just say, like I said, I hope she dies safely. I remember Robert F. Williams, speaking on her behalf before, when he was exiled in Cuba as well. And I don't know, she for me, she almost looked an older version of Assata Shakur, looked like my mom. So I have my own particular biases towards her, even though I'm not a socialist or a Marxist. You know what I mean? I sympathize with her struggle, and I've read her book, and I really do believe her. So I hope when she transitions safely in Cuba, safely. But that's my words on that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable, and I agree with you too. I hope she always remains free, even when she departs. Oni, what say you about Assata Shakur?
Well, obviously, happy birthday. Well, actually, I don't really celebrate birthdays, but I should. But I mean, I already said it. I don't know if she's the one who asked the Pope. I think they asked the Pope to extradite her or something like that, and then I think she wrote a letter.
That's how I understood it too.
Yeah, I don't know if she wrote the Pope, or maybe she wrote it in response to them writing the Pope. But I heard them say they wrote, like somebody else wrote the Pope to like get her to out of Cuba or whatever, because I guess they thought Cuba was Catholic or something. I don't know. Yeah, but like, see, once upon a time I was like completely like, yeah, I totally agree 100%. But like the more I start to listen to both sides, like usually you only listen to one side, and I'm actually going to talk about this tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to really try to tackle this, Black immigrant versus Black American. I know it's tired, but it's a really interesting question, because there was this Black immigrant who said that, we tend to Black Americans tend to demand that we think like them, right? That we always think like Black Americans, and if we don't, then we're called all sorts of names, like naive, and of course everybody else is calling her a coon or whatever. But and I'm not saying she wasn't a coon, but it is something. So when Assata is talking about, look, I want to, I promote revolution, I promote the liberation, I promote destroying your capitalist system, I do all that, right? Once upon a time I would have been like, yeah, man, right on, sister, right? And it's not like I'm not like right on, sister, but for me to think that America wouldn't do what it was doing, right, like doesn't even add up. Like you hear this dude, right? As much as you could say, hey, he's a coon, he's this, he's being controlled, all that kind of stuff. He's accusing her of domestic terrorism and what another word he said? He said a domestic terrorism and whatever, like let's say violent uprising. The reality is this: I fully expect any country you go to, any country you're in, if you're talking about revolution, just out in the open, right? You're damn right they're gonna rush you into prison. Damn right they're gonna try to kill you. Very few states, and no, actually, I said this. What did I say? Oh, I said it on. I was reading. What was it? Chinwezu, right? I'm reading Chinwezu, and so these liberals will have you think that like Amy Goodman's one of them liberals, right? They'll have you thinking that, and ain't no wrong with calling for revolution, right? But here's this guy Noam Chomsky saying that Nicaragua had a really free press, and in Nicaragua, whatever how you say it, right? The press was such that you could like the Americans were paying for broadcasts and newspapers and all that kind of stuff that were calling for the destruction of the nation. And Chomsky's like, there's no way that America would allow that in their country. And guess which country is still controlling itself? I don't condone how they would treat Black folk for the liberation struggle, if you will. right? But I also do not pretend that they would not treat black folk for, look at this, marching in the streets with weapons. You know, if I were to do that in any country, name a country, if I would be out in the streets of, let's say, Uganda, right, under Idi Amin, right, I'm out in the streets like revolution now, revolution today, we're gonna get rid of our fascist dictator and we're gonna destroy their economy. You think Idi Amin is gonna be like, right on, brother? You know, and so what, like, we have this impression, because, you know, like Jose was saying, you know, this is the image of what it means to be a revolutionary around the world. And not revolutionary, but, you know, it's a good, positive image, and we all kind of buy it into it. But first off, you're showing your cards. And two, it's like, if you really understand that you in somebody else's nation, right? Realistically, the reason why Assata Shakur is free and alive today is because she left America. That's it. If she never left America, she'd be like those other political prisoners, even the political prisoners who freed her. She'd be like them, and she would die in prison, if she is even in prison. Because like she said, they stopped her and shot her in the streets. You understand? So if they went and shot her in the streets and she did nothing wrong, well, she did nothing illegal, with the exception of, like she admits, calling for revolution. You know? So I mean, anybody could say, well, you know, anybody could call for revolution. Yeah, sure. White folk could call for revolution, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that, you know, like, revolution is not a joke. And when you go about, you know, when you go about saying, you know, you want a revolution, that's fine. But understand, these white boys, like, nobody plays with revolution around the world. Nobody plays with that, because what revolution does, you guys saw what Sri Lanka had. You know, I never saw the story, but I heard somebody say that big group of people who went into that guy's mansion. First off, they took his mansion, but I heard that they also killed like 200 something, you know, politicians. Like, revolution is, you know, like Malcolm X said, you know, if you're not about killing, man, take the word revolution out your mouth. And if you're talking about revolution, you better expect that, you know, if I go up and I say, look, I'm going to blow up this bank, right? You damn right these white boys are going to be like, oh, hold on a second, we're going to freaking gut you before that happens. And if I say, and then like, I was actually talking to this sister earlier. I don't want to, you know, talk too much time. I was talking to the sister earlier, and she was telling me she went in front of the court system, and, you know, like, let's say she's in England, right? Or let's say France, whatever, right? She in the court system in France, and they kind of just like, she had a good case, but they just kind of threw it out. And she's like, I can't get a fair trial against these white people. And it's like, well, no shit, Sherlock. You know, they set up this the first rule of revolution, right? Maurice Bishop said it. The first rule of revolution is the revolution has to survive. America is the product of a revolution from way back, and it's fighting to survive. And if you trying to threaten its survival, guess what? They're going to threaten you, because it's not a game. And I mean, props to Assata. I mean, you know, I think she's brave. I like her book. She's amazing. But like, I'm not going to pretend to be surprised anymore. I'm not going to pretend to be outraged anymore. I'm going to say, yeah, you know, if you want to mess with America, you probably go to thing. And if you want to be free, you probably need to leave America. That's what it is. Because you see her happy, jolly. That's the life of somebody who decided to divest from America. You see? That's the life of somebody who decided to divest from America. And until we all say to ourselves, look, let's divest from the colonial project, yeah, we're going to be complaining, but the reality is they set it up for them to win. You're supposed to set up games for you to win. You're supposed to. And if I go into another African, if I go into an African country, I plan on setting up shit for me to win. That's what I plan on doing it. And no white person's going to complain. If they do complain, that sucks for them, because I'm still going to win. That's the goal. That's the plan. That's the purpose. That's it.
I like that. If anyone wants to respond, you guys could have a free-fall conversation on what everyone just said to that prompt.
Yeah, I just wanted to possibly just add to what Oni said. Most revolutionaries know that the whole concept and idea of freedom or death or death is a real thing. You know, Assata Shakur is an exception to the rule, because usually that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Usually all revolutionaries, if they don't take power, you know what I mean, the state will have to kill them. They're not going to become old men. You know what I mean? And I think that the founding fathers in the United States, who were revolutionaries, by the way, and breaking away from England and establishing independent country for themselves, they were terrorists. They were international and domestic terrorists from the King of England perspective. They were terrorists. You know what I mean? And if they did not win the Revolutionary War against England, they would have been lined off, and all of them knew this. As rich as they would have been lined off and shot to death, and you would never know about them. I think a person was interviewing Fidel Castro one time, and he said, and they asked him, well, what would have happened if you are not successful in overthrowing Batista? Would you be on the streets of Colombia as an old man, still preaching about revolutionary acts and trying to change Cuba? He say, no, I would be dead. You know what I mean? So I think that most revolutionaries understand this principle. The people who are able to survive, you know, like I say, the Assata Shakurs, you know, and who didn't take power but had to leave, you know, they are not as fortunate. So like Oni was saying, the whole idea of this, if you're a real revolutionary now, not a cartoon or an internet one, a real revolutionary, they understand that if they are not victorious, they are enemies and domestic terrorists, and they either go put you in a cage forever where no one could ever see you ever again in life, or you're going to be lined off against the wall. Back in the day, they used to do this. Lined off against the wall and shot to death. Now they put you in 80x prison, where they, you know, lock you in a dark hole where you are not seen forever. Because the United States like to have this idea of we live in a free state and we don't have any political prisoners. But, you know, any right-thinking person know that that's not necessarily true. So I think revolutionaries, the people who are real revolutionaries in the world know this. And like Oni was saying, the whole idea of being a revolutionary is an extremely serious thing, you know. And the people who are out here who are so able to espouse their views over the internet and nothing happened to them, you have to question, you really have to question who these people are, you know. But the idea of revolution is a very serious thing. I agree.
In the chat, Lero says, facts. All nations are supposed to be counter-revolutionary. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, caring about political theater as opposed to political power. This is why North Korea is still around. And even though I'm not fond of Cuba, Cuba's still around. The learning curve is here. She said earlier, they have no business pleading to a pope to have a political prisoner sent to America. The world is not ruled by the Vatican. If there's no other responses to that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 3. I thank you all who are tuned in. Make sure to hit the like button if you're here. Make sure to drop some comments if you're here live. Drop some comments in the chat so we can interact with those as well. Let me drop the invite link in case any of you want to hop on the panel and have your views heard. Should the Breeze topic number 3 is Black people are tethers. First tethering to whites who enslaved them, then to Indians who enslaved them, fighting proudly to be amongst people who show nothing but contempt. I think this came with a link too. No, wait. I put the wrong link in there. Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me grab the. Sorry about that. Let me grab the link again. The link is going to take us to a magazine article, actually. So let me share that with you guys. Let me share that with you. Sorry for the delay. got something mixed up. I'm paying for it now. But here we go. This is an article in the New York Times, and the prompt is about blacks or black immigrants being tethers.
Autumn presents
Books, published in the print issue of The New Yorker with the headline, By Blood, written by Philip Deloria, read by Dion Graham. In 1979, an Oklahoma woman named Johnny Mae Austin stopped getting mail from the Muskogee Nation. There were no more announcements of meetings, notices of elections, or news of monetary settlements. The problem wasn't postal. Austin's Muskogee citizenship had been erased by a new Muskogee Constitution in which citizenship was defined by blood, words that named a fraught crossroads in Native and African American histories. The Muskogee people, also referred to as Creeks, were among the tribes that once enslaved people of African descent and that were required, in the wake of the Civil War, to accept them as tribal citizens. A tribal enrollment census around the start of the 20th century split the Muskogee citizenry into groups that were separate but by no means equal. One roll, the by blood roster, listed people of Creek heritage, while a second, freedmen roll, named Black Creek citizens, the formerly enslaved and their descendants. Austin's ancestors appeared on the second roll. With the new Constitution, Muskogee citizenship was reserved for those on the first roll, or their lineal descendants. And so Austin, after 47 years of being Creek, found her tribal identity legally and politically erased. As the journalist Caleb Gale recounts in We Refuse to Forget, a true story of Black Creeks, American identity, and power, Riverhead, Austin had filled the walls of her home with pictures of Black Creek aunties and uncles, interspersed with the teaching licenses of family members who had once led Black Creek schools. Her people, she recalled, grew up on Creek land, sang Creek songs, picked up curse words and jokes in the Muskogee language, and felt that they were Creek to the bone. You'd hear similar stories from other people of African descent who had grown up among the so-called 5 civilized tribes: Muskogee, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole. Yet the Muskogee by blood decision was followed by similar restrictions issued by other tribes. Here were people whose ancestors had been enslaved by, married to, and emancipated from Native Americans. Many of them settled among Native communities and shared language, culture, and children across multiple generations. They'd been accepted as members of those communities, even recognized as such by the federal government. How could their expulsion possibly be justified? The 19th century white Americans who designated the 5 tribes as civilized cited, in support of the honorific, the fact that the groups maintained long-standing trade relations, had an interest in education and Christianity, adopted formal constitutions, and enslaved African people. The tribes, which came from the southeast, had long occupied a realm of warfare and captivity, exacerbated by English settlers' encouragement of an intertribal raid-and-trade slave economy that hurled indigenous bodies into the world of Atlantic slavery. When Africans were dragged into the picture, the English paid Indians to hunt those who escaped. Sometimes black fugitives sought to go native, with varying results. Tribes incorporated some, killed or enslaved others. Born out of existing practice and new colonial impositions, slaveholding among the 5 tribes developed hybrid forms. Though the familiar southern plantation was surely part of the picture, enslavement typically operated at a smaller and more intimate scale. In the terse summary of Buddy Cox, a 21st century Creek and the nephew of an influential chief, we owned some, we were some, and we slept with some. Black people could be chattel, socially integrated kin, marriage partners, or participants in emerging native groups such as the Seminole. Being deemed civilized didn't protect the 5 tribes from forced displacement. As American planters sought to expand their empire of unfreedom across the South, the 5 tribes stood in the way, and the United States embarked on a devastating series of land clearances. The tribes were forced to swap extensive areas in the Southeast for newer and smaller parcels in what was later called Indian Territory, today's Oklahoma. With the passage of the Indian Removal Act of 1830, tribes were driven west to Indian Territory on the deadly journeys now commonly referred to as the Trail of Tears. As the historian Elena E. Roberts recounts in I've Been Here All the While, Black Freedom on Native Land, University of Pennsylvania, the 5 tribes were effectively compelled to become settler colonists themselves, displacing native groups in the West. They also brought with them enslaved black people, thus further extending the reach of American chattel slavery beyond the Mississippi. In Indian Territory, what had been a set of highly varied, sometimes kin-adjacent forms of enslavement began to harden, and Indian attitudes and practices edged closer to those of white Americans. The Civil War intensified divisions among the 5 tribes, several of which fought civil wars of their own, imperfectly aligned with the American struggle between North and South. After the war, the United States pointed to a series of Confederate treaties that the tribes had entered into, necessitated perhaps by the Union's early withdrawal from Indian Territory, and declared all previous agreements null and void. In 1866, the federal government demanded that each of the 5 tribes sign new treaties, which reduced Indian lands by half. The treaties also followed the logic of Reconstruction in the South, freeing enslaved people while requiring tribes to establish new political relations with them. The Seminoles proved most open to black citizenship, the Chickasaws and the Choctaws the least, with the Cherokees and the Creeks somewhere in between. In this post-war landscape, Roberts suggests, citizenship may not have mattered as much as belonging, effective ties to community, family, and geography. For instance, Chickasaw freed people, though never recognized as citizens of the Chickasaw Nation, nonetheless remained committed to living among its members and places. It's where they felt they belonged. The 5 tribes made room for freed people on their lands, while the federal government opened much of the land ceded in the 1866 treaties to the formerly enslaved. As members of tribal nations, freed people may not have received a mule, but many acquired much more than 40 acres in what amounted to the first and most effective reparations program in American history. The practice of native dispossession often proceeded under the theory of native protection. Even the 1830 Indian removal policy was justified as an effort to safeguard native people from rapacious whites, distancing and segregating them for their own good. The same went for the General Allotment Act of 1887. Humanitarians, such as its author, Senator Henry Dawes, believed that they could save Indians by making them assimilate into American society as Jeffersonian yeoman farmers, working their own patch of ground. In Dawes' scheme, collectively held reservation lands were divided into parcels ranging from 40 to 320 acres and distributed to individual Indians and to Indian families. The remainder was sold at cut-rate prices to white settlers who would live among them. Dawes meant both to disaggregate Indian land and to desegregate it, bringing in farmers who would model civilized agrarianism for their Indian neighbors. Although the 5 tribes were initially exempted from the allotment law, Senator Dawes himself showed up in Indian Territory in 1894, leading what was unsurprisingly called the Dawes Commission, which successfully pressured them to accept the policy. The net result of Dawes' allotment campaign was that some 90 million acres passed out of Indian control, not in large-scale treaty concessions, but in small increments, as private native parcels ended up in white hands, often through fraud or coercion. It's no coincidence that the campaign arrived during the era of boarding schools, in which Indian children were forcibly removed to be educated away from their cultural roots, or that it overlapped with the civilization regulations imposed on Indian peoples between 1883 and 1934, which criminalized everything distinctively native, including dancing, ceremonies, and long hair, and punished infractions with starvation and imprisonment. If some measures of the allotment age were later reversed, others continue to exert an influence generations later. Among them were the separate membership rolls that the Dawes Commission produced, and that, 8 decades on, stripped Johnny Mae Austin of her Creek citizenship. It might seem perverse that in 1979, with the memory of the civil rights movement still fresh, Indian tribes began to restrict citizenship on the basis of racial difference. But in 1983, the Choctaw Nation joined the Muskogee in excluding the descendants of freed people. And in 2000, the Oklahoma Seminoles imposed racially restrictive rules as well. The Cherokee Nation followed suit in 2007. The Chickasaws had never recognized freed people as members at all. The exclusions cast a harsh light on anti-black racism among the 5 tribes, whose members seemed all too ready to formalize racial distinctions in tribal policies, constitutions, and legal decisions. These striking inequities shape Gale's account of the Black Creeks, where Roberts draws upon a complicated personal heritage, including Chickasaws, Choctaws, freed people, African Americans, and whites, to explore a post-Civil War reconstruction situated in Indian territory rather than in the South. Gale, drawing on his experience of growing up Black in Oklahoma, offers an account that celebrates African American success. We Refuse to Forget narrates a family history, sketching a series of individual stories that will lead to Johnny May Austin. Genealogical histories thrive on founding figures. In Gale's story, that founder is Cal Tom, a Black cattle drover and a translator for Creeks who refused to speak English. During the Civil War, as the leader of a group of Black Creek refugees, Cal Tom stepped out of the translator role and into tribal leadership, negotiating with Union Army officers and later traveling to Washington, D.C. to advocate for the rights of Creek freed people. Steadily establishing himself as a prosperous farmer, rancher, and mill owner, Cal Tom left behind the kind of accumulated wealth seldom seen among Black families of the 19th century. Nor was he alone in his eminence. His relative, Legos Perryman, a large landowner, served as a district judge and as a member of the Creek House of Warriors and the National Council. From 1887 until 1895, he was the principal chief, taking up the burden of negotiations with the federal government. Cal Tom's grandson, Jake Simmons, prospered as a rancher, and his son, Jake Simmons Jr.
All right, I think we could kind of get the idea. I want to play, as much of that as I could, so everyone could kind of understand the energy of the prompt. Black people are tethers, first tethering to whites to enslave them, then to Indians to enslave them, fighting proudly to be amongst people who showed nothing but contempt. So I wanted to play enough of it so folks who probably not familiar with American history could kind of understand how things were and came to be now. And now we're in a climate where you have a lot of Black Americans claiming to be the original Native Americans and whatnot. So it's a way for you to get a little bit of that backstory. Kevin Carre, do you agree with the prompt and that story that you heard? By the way, have you heard that story before?
Sorry about that. No, I know that Oklahoma is Indian territory in the Trail of Tears, but I've never heard the story. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Okay, so how do you feel? Since you have some background, do you understand the energy of the prompt, or do you disagree with it completely?
I have to agree with it. As I said, when you say the tethering, even today, look at the community. You see all of our brothers just hanging out in front of Arab stores. They care about them instead of caring about their own community. But yeah, as I said, it just reminded me of that prompt you had about 2 shows ago with the Seminoles. You let yourself be used, and then in the end, you get kicked out. All that time you were fighting for someone else, you could be fighting for your own people and building, for yourself. I'm in admiration with the what's his name, Tao, so they call him. How he left behind generational wealth. Yeah, that's cool and all, but when you have gotten to that point, you should have moved on from that nation, and build your own. But I'll pass the mic.
Thank you for that. Jay, what say you? Did this story, from what you heard of this history of the relationship between Seminoles and Africans in America, do you think this prompt is right on or completely off?
I guess I stand where I guess them up who posted this stance, and that's yeah. I think it's sarcasm to call it tethering, but to to speak of us all as tethers, in here, Moroccans and Turks. Turks are one generation ahead of Moroccans. You know what? I don't think Moroccans are heading that direction. Turks nowadays have one or two children, but in my generation, people had 6 or 7 brothers and sisters, right? And by doing so, they now dominate the working class, for example, just because they had more children, they had more people, and also same goes for the street, right? And we, for some strange reason, we claim the streets. We keep claiming the streets, and now nowadays Moroccans are dominating the streets. They are more present. You got Moroccan mafia, and the Dutch even making movies about them as dominating the drug traffic, etc. And I'm seeing our people tethering to them. So Suriname used to be the quote unquote street language, right? Slang. So Suriname words, one of the ex-colonies of the Netherlands, and now it's Moroccan, and you see our people, Cape Verdean, Suriname, Antillean, Caribbean, Dutch Caribbean. You see us speak. You use their expressions, So yeah, sarcasm or serious. Yeah, we some tethers, man. We some tethers.
Thank you for that, Jay. In the chat, the learning curve says, fun fact, Oklahoma didn't become a state until 1907. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, this is a condition of being stateless and not having a culture that is conscious of itself. That's why this is a repeated thing among our people. We just heard from Jay. Let's hear from, let's switch it up. Let's hear from Oni on this one. You're muted if you're speaking.
Yeah, so shit. There was like some thread today where somebody was like, why do people call us like they're like, like AD West Polk were like, oh, y'all call us Assata, probably a Nigerian word. And somebody said, well, how is Assata worse than, tether? Like how is somebody saying you're a stray cat, worse than you mocking them with that, movie reference. I think the movie reference is pretty funny. It was funny like the first time I saw it. I didn't expect it to catch on and be like unreplaced, but black people as tethers. I mean, yeah, the word coon is a word that white folk came up with to make fun of black folk for just acting like them. You know what I mean? So there's this song called Old Zip Coon, right? It goes, the tune is the ice cream truck tune. So, in America, there's this ice cream truck tune that goes, right? Whatever. And so the song goes, Old Zip Coon is a Lord and scholar. Old Zip Coon is, whatever. I heard it song. But the thing is that, yeah, it's this joke. It's this joke that white folk made up to say, damn, these black folk bite us all the damn time, right? And like realistically, when you look at black folk, particularly black Americans, though not exclusively black Americans. Well, not even, I shouldn't even say that, honestly, because even when you go to Africa, you're gonna see them putting on those white wigs when they're the judge and stuff. But one thing that was popular in America at one point was black men straightening their hair and black women straightening their hair. And of course, it's still popular for black men and black women to bleach their skin. It's still popular for, I mean, like if you're in America and you dress, in fact, if you're in any Western land, really, and you dress in a traditional way, you know, you're like a clown. In fact, if I go to Africa right now and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna dress like a native, they're like, we don't dress like that, you know, like pretty much. So yeah, we are obviously copying them. I thought from this Indian story, which was, you know, really long, but from this Indian story, I was thinking, like I didn't notice when they said, hey, when we had these slaves, we would also fuck them. You know what I mean? Like they were ours to own and so on and so forth. And then it's just kind of embarrassing that black people today it's like fail to realize, because you know, the lady who was like the protagonist in this story, she was like, or not the protagonist, the focus or whatever, the first Cree lady or whatever, she was like, oh, I have these pictures of black Cree people, and like I'm noticing that those are probably the pictures that we see, you know, these days, where somebody's like, look, you see, we're Native Americans, look at this person in traditional Native American outfit, and it's like, yeah, that's a tether, you know. Like that's a black tether for these Native Americans. So I mean, I could see it. Like, yeah, I mean, I know Gas Them Up was you know, low-key trolling, but you know, there's a great point to realistically, to a large degree, black folk are biting the culture of white folk and just ignoring that. You know, somebody had a picture earlier, they were like, black girls with ginger hair are killing it. And somebody asked them, how is this different from a white girl with locks, you know, or a white girl with braids?
I saw
Why
that,
is is that like, why is it okay for you to, you know, be a black woman and then just straighten your hair and color it into a traditionally white color, right? And there's like nobody bats an eye. Nobody thinks that's awkward, you know? I really appreciate this artist, not artist, this athlete. I think it's like Sharika Jackson. No, it's not Sharika Jackson. It's Shelly Ann Frazier. Really appreciate her, but she's always inside of some goofy wig, you know? Like at some point we have to ask ourselves, you know, to what extent are we like just, you know, kind of like what they call it, cultural something
appropriation.
Yeah, cultural appropriation. To what extent are we culturally appropriating these white folk? You know, to what extent are we going above and beyond just appreciating the technology in a sense and just actually trying to be them? You know, because there's no reason for us to straighten our hair and bleach our skin. Like there's absolutely no like there's you know, sure, you could wear, you know, you could wear a winter coat in the winter, that's reasonable. You know, you could wear denim jeans, why not? Sure, you know, it's not Africa, it's not super hot, you know, you could dress like them, sure, but you know, and you're going to talk their language because you're in their country, makes a little sense. But then you're also destroying your skin, you're mutilating your skin, you're mutilating your hair, you're praying to their god. Like at what point is it that you are really just like, at what point are you taking their culture and then acting like, and then here's the thing with black folk, it's like, especially African Americans at this point, but it's like they're like, hey, you know, we inspire the whole world, we're the leading cultural figures. Like clearly it's the freaking white American, you know. Like clearly it's the white American, because you're biting the dude, right? And you might, yeah, sure, you might wear bigger jeans, you know, you might wear baggy jeans at one point, you might wear skinny jeans at another point, and believe me, these white boys are wearing skinny jeans at one point, the rockers, whatever, and we were like, that looks queer as shit, and then we started doing it, and we're like, oh, we're so cool, and we set this trend. Like at some point we have to just, you know, kind of come to terms with, you know, realistically, like we are biting this white boy. I mean, sure, we could say the white boy kind of forced it on us sometimes, but like the whole bleaching your skin and straightening your hair, like the white boy is laughing at you. And like I said, you guys could look up the song Old Zip Coon. The white boy is literally mocking. This is an old song from like 19th century. You know what I mean? And he's mocking black folk for just trying to like just dressing up like white folk and trying to eat like white folk, but they eating possums and shit. You know, like it's a real thing. You know.
I bet Oni has a cover band that performs, you know, that old coon song.
It's all ain't bad, man.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think that the whole word tether needs to be properly defined, because when I hear it, you know, it has different meanings. You know, the first person, you know, who was talking about tethers and stuff like that, he was relating that to land. So I had a whole series of things that I could say on that. Then now I'm hearing tethering has to do with culture, which is a completely different subject. You know, because if we talk about as far as tethering to land and things of that nature, you know, I have an issue with that, because I don't restrict myself to a particular geographical landmass. I respect all the so-called nativists out there, but I have a globalist perspective. Where I was born was an accident of birth. I had no control over it. I could have been born in the Bahamas, just as I could have been very well born in the United States, just as I very well could have been born in Pakistan. So this whole nationalistic fervor, for me to be, it's a joke, because you really had no control over it. The only control, I would say this, if I was tethered to anything as it relates to land, I'm tethered to planet Earth. And the reason why I say that is, if they say that the black men of this planet was the first human beings that ever existed, and we ventured out all around the world, then the whole world is I have a rightful claim to it, to possess it, to possess the mineral resources from it, and all the wealth that I could extract from it to use for my own purposes. So you're not going to restrict me to a specific landmass. Let people who want to fight over a specific geographical location, allow them to. You know, earlier this week, we had a discussion on Liberia, and the whole people running on about how these group of people was able to develop Liberia in a specific way. Africa is my landmass, not the small geographical location called Liberia. Come on, man. Yeah, it's for me, it's just, to me, I see it as a limited way of looking at the world, in particular when it has to do with landmass, especially when I didn't create these so-called artificial boundaries. Someone else created these boundaries and then forced me to exist within it, and say, well, the only way I could get from one boundary to another is we have these papers called passports. So the only way you could get on this particular landmass is you have to have a valid traveling papers for you to be able to transgress into that's friggin' slavery, man. I didn't create that. You know what I mean? My ancestors didn't create that. So I'm not, I understand that we living in the so-called real world. We have to work within that whole idea or reference, but I'm imagining something else. You know what I mean? And if we are the men who were supposedly to come first in this planet, I'm tethered to planet Earth. The Earth is mine. In particular, Africa, which is my home. That's why I reference, that's why I'll end on that as far as tethering is concerned. When we talk about tethering as it relates to culture, which is something completely different. And this is where I partially agree with Oni. You know, of course, we tether to different fashions and different people's culture, as well as they tether to ours. The same white men who laugh at us for bleaching our faces, their wives are in talent salons getting bronzes and getting the butt lifts and all man and lip what do you call it? Lip injections to make their lips bigger. So if we tethering as far as culture is concerned, it's a whole big exchange is going on, and I think that that's a global thing around the human race. You know what I mean? Because we bite off of different people, just like different people bite off of us. You know what I mean? Is it right? No, I don't think I don't think it's so right, but that's what people do. That's the human race. That's what the human race does. But you're not gonna restrict me with this word try to use this word game to restrict me to one geographical landmass. In particular, when I know that where I was born is an accident of birth. My mother could have very well hopped on a plane to Singapore and I'd have been a Singaporean. And then fighting, but talking about my family been here forever. It's nonsense, I think. But I the next time we have these kinds of prompts, I would really hope that the person who created these prompts is here to kind of explain, to make it a little bit clearer, so we could possibly move the discussion from there. But that's where I left.
Yeah, I was hoping by now Gas would have come through, but he didn't come through in time. So that's why we didn't get to hear his what really was pushing him in sending this out. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, I'm sorry. Yeah, he says this is a condition of being stateless and not having a culture that is conscious of itself. That's why this is a repeated thing among our peoples. Erzulism says the Europeans stole that wig from Kemet. It was mentioned a couple times about the white judicial wigs that black countries still carry on with from colonial times. Provide triggers for evolution. I think this is the first time I've seen this person here, so I don't know if it's a he, she, them, but thanks for being here. Provide triggers for evolution says, I have a friend in Senegal who wears turtlenecks. I don't get that in a hot climate, and they only wear their African garbs on Fridays. Trigger Happy 262 says, LOL, they will make the silly argument that straight hair isn't exclusive to white people. LMAO. Trigger Happy goes on to say, I'd like to also make another argument that there's always been the debate that black people within imperialist countries are nations as opposed to nation states. Provide triggers for evolution says, dressing European on the continent is a good example of how we drive the European/Western economies. Trigger Happy 262 says, I don't even think black people are nations, because even nations that don't have a nation state have collective consciousness. They have a general consensus of their culture and who they are. Trigger Happy then says, and in some sense, when they gain militancy and when they gain strength, little by little, see they push for separation against the nation that has oppressed them. To give examples of internal colonies that are culturally conscious, Palestinians have a party that resists against Israel. The Mojave, the Navajo has a citizenship system. Catalonians want to separate from Spain. Lero says, yes, I still don't know what tether means. Trigger Happy 262 says, when we look at the collective consciousness of black people in America or black people in Brazil, there are many Africans, but these Africanisms, there are many Africanisms, but these Africanisms are not clear to the general population of people. Those Africanisms are disassociated from the indigenous homeland, which breeds the identity crisis we see in some parts of the African world. Sure, there are marginalized African groups within populations that are understanding of who they are, but they are marginalized and not systematized. We have to be honest in that there are either 2 to 3 sections of consciousness for black people in America, extending to other places as well, either to be American, to be in a lost tribe, identitarian groups, or to be African. The African has to be the way to go because it's what is unique to us. Otherwise, this will be a repeated problem. Provide Trigger says, I am a she or her. Well, thanks for that. Lero says the Trigger Happy, exactly, subjective nationalism. Based on that criteria you mentioned, I don't think African Americans can claim such. All right. Well, you guys heard some of the comments from the chat, particularly from Trigger Happy and others. Does anyone want to comment to what Trigger Happy or any of the commenters in the chat had to say?
Yes. Well, before that, hold on.
Jay.
I wanted to react on the clothes. I often wear clothes that I bought in Senegal, here in the Netherlands, and you get various reactions. People associated with Islam clothes, but to be clear, those clothes are in the root of Western clothes and in the root of Indian clothes. So the what I wear is Western African, and we are the fathers of the modern blouse, right? But to react on provide triggers for evolution, nonsense. In Senegal, about 50% of people in the streets wear traditional, and it's especially in the village, it's 75 or maybe 90% that wears traditional. It's indeed the tethers that you know, the rappers and those kind of people that wanna wear jeans and sagging pants and stuff like that. But you know, we must not forget Dutch people. Where jeans is not Dutch, jeans is not German, jeans is not Spanish, jeans is not Italian. You know, so all these what I try to make clear is that or what I try to share with people is my view on the United States, is that the United States is a shop. The rest of the world is window shopping. The United States is a quote unquote nation. You know, if it's not a corporation. It's let me just call it a corporation. In the United States, it's a corporation selling a lifestyle, you know, making everybody equal so they can sell a lot. So everybody has to buy jeans. You know, everybody has to. It's a commercial thing. So Dutch people tether to the United States. You know, they tether the whites in Europe, tether to whites in the United States. Asians in Asia, even China, or probably also even North Korea, tether to Asians in the United States. So Africans, blacks, be it immigrants here in Europe or in South America, or at home on the continent, we quote unquote tether to Black Americans. Leslie, I wanna share a joke about the word tether. It took maybe a year for me to understand what was meant with the word tether. Why? Because the first time that I heard the word tether was about unidentified flying objects. The I don't know who, maybe NASA was doing a test about gathering energy or creating energy, electricity, by a tether, a mile long tether, and it was just bimetal, two metals in and let loose in space, just like when you lower two metals stuck together, two metals, a line of two metals in salt water, in seawater, and the difference in temperature creates electrical current. So they were doing a test like that, and there were many things gathering around this tether, because the test was too successful. So there was a small explosion, and the tether, the line that they kept calling tether, broke loose, and a lot of things gathered around this tether, this line. So it took me more than a year to understand that tether is something that sticks to something else. But anyway, that was funny, I guess.
Thank you for that, Jay. I think Oni wanted to add something quickly.
Yeah, so I thought that it was a little awkward that Mr. Untouchable said that he agreed with me, and I realized that it was because Mr. Untouchable like didn't like kind of was just saying something that I definitely wasn't saying. But no, so what I noticed when Mr. Untouchable was talking, I probably should have interrupted him honestly, but I just didn't. But was that like what Lero said in the chat, where she's like, I don't even know what a tether is. So I mentioned earlier that a tether joke was actually hilarious. Okay. So Lero says, I still don't know what tether means. It's actually a really creative joke. And I actually, when I found out what it meant, I was laughing. But so basically there's this Jordan Poole movie called Us, I think. Right? Is it Us or them?
It
Oh
was
yeah, Us. Yeah. So in the Us movie, so anybody who hasn't watched it, it's probably going to be a little bit of a spoiler. Does anybody care? Anybody object? Okay, but basically the word tether comes from, in that movie there's this underground world, right, where the like people kind of like zombies mimic the activities of the people overground, right? Eventually, of course, they break out and attack. And so in the movie, you kind of see somebody who, like, you see that they're being attacked. Like from the trailer, you can tell they're being attacked by people that look like them, but aren't them. But at the same time, these people, while they don't look like them, they're trying to copy them, but can't really copy them, you know? So the tether joke in that sense is really funny. And it's not really like, as Mr. Untouchable was saying about tether to the nation and tether so on and so forth, it's really just trying to say that Black immigrants are not the originals like Black Americans. They're trying to take Black American culture. They're trying to be Black Americans, but they can't really. They're just copying us, and they're probably going to attack us or something. But they're just like that's pretty much the humor. Oh, and of course the tethers are trying to replace the original like the humans, I guess, right? And so for me it's like, it's pretty funny, it's pretty witty. I didn't expect it to catch on like this deeply, but it is a thing. So you know, like just expanding on that, I wanted to expand on that, but you know, it kind of comes back to the whole question of, well, even if like people don't, like Nigerians don't necessarily frequently call people Akata, maybe they do in private, but that's very unlikely that they'll call you Akata to your face. But seeing how people are calling Nigerians or even Jamaicans and what have you tethers openly into their face, how is that not like, how is that not worse or not as bad as if people were saying, oh well, you're an Akata, you know? As to say, Akata means, you know, you're a stray cat and you like, you know, like you were just like pretty much you were abandoned cat kind of, right? And that's like a tragic kind of life, but it's also, you know, acknowledging that, oh yes, you are from African stock, but you might have been removed from your culture, you know, you might have been removed from your upbringing. And it's not really like an insult as much as it's just a realistic summary. And so tether, on the other hand, is actually an insult if you watch the movie Us. But it's also you know, it's also a summary for the replacement theory worldview, you know. But so my question, of course, you know, to anybody really is, how is it that calling somebody a tether isn't that bad? And also I kind of want to ask Mr. Untouchable personally if he watched the Jordan Poole movie Us.
No, I watched it. I did watch it, but I have a question for you. See, I'm confused, and maybe the brothers on the panel could give me some clarity on this particular topic. When they say if immigrants come or migrate, if they do, to the Western world for opportunity, okay? Now some people say, when in Rome, do as the Romans. And I'm asking myself, is Black American culture American culture? Because the people who come from other countries try to assimilate into American culture. Why they do this? For better opportunity. Imagine if you will, a Nigerian with his Nigerian parlance, with his Nigerian dictation, going on national news and reading the news with his Nigerian parlance, they would never put him on television, because the people who he's appealing to is the so-called American public. They used to a specific parlance, Americanized parlance of English. So he can't necessarily be himself, coming from Nigeria, reading the news. He have to speak in a parlance that sounds similar to the people, to the viewers. So he have to speak in an American parlance. So even if he have to mimic that, that's the way he gets ahead in America. So if that's copying or tethering, he has to do that to get ahead. But are Black Americans specifically calling that tethering? Because he's just a tethering or assimilating into American culture to advance himself. So if that's copying what American culture is supposed to sound like, maybe he is. Maybe that's a tethering.
No. So just to clarify, no. So tether is like in the movie, it's not like there's no such thing as tethering. They're calling us tethers. So they're saying that like essentially Black immigrants are trying to replace Black Americans. You know what I mean?
Replace them in doing what?
And like you're trying to be the rapper, you're trying to be the actors, you're basically trying to replace them culturally, but it's nothing to do with white Americans per se. It's more so saying that you want to be them. You know what I mean?
We want to be Black Americans.
Yeah, you want to be Black Americans. I mean, that's a common thing you'll hear from Black Americans. Like they usually would say it about white people mostly, but essentially because of this movement, they're kind of saying it about other people. Like, in fact, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I kind of said I saw that Tariq Nasheed was trending, and I noticed that there was a video of him like having an interview with these other people, and his whole thing is I think at one point he says, the rappers who are saying a bunch of dumb shit or like a bunch of rapper shit, whatever. He's like, most of the rappers are now immigrants. They're the ones who are doing the negative propaganda. At some point, earlier I heard him, pushing this idea that a lot of the violence in Black communities are actually perpetrated by Black immigrants, kind of thing. So a lot of it is kind of trying to scapegoat everything bad about America with the Black immigrants. It's not true, obviously, but it's a good tactic to kind of make it so that quote unquote Black Americans are like the best thing under the sun, and then Black immigrants are like the worst thing. But no, it's not like you're tethering off of other people. It's that you are a Black American tether. Well, not you, because you're not an immigrant to America, but basically like something like me is just trying to, like kind of like, let's say if there's affirmative action going on, I would, claim it. And that's like, to them, that's wrong, obviously. And then among other things. So it's like it's basically like, since you saw the movie, it's like what those underground people were. That's what the tether is.
Okay. So Oni, on anyone listening, they say, and I don't know if this is true, they say that America is a free market economy. That's what they say. So people who have a particular skill or trade to exchange, to some person who may want to buy that, they should, the person who have that skill or whatever, they trade their skill for whatever reason to get, financial resources, benefits, etc., from it. If I come into another territory and I am able to access these things through my talent, through my skill and whatever, how am I replacing Africa? If I'm only 4 million immigrants, how am I going to replace 45 million African Americans? I hear what you're saying.
You trying to give logic to a hate group. This is a hate group. This is a group that's funneling money to Tariq Nasheed. That the whole purpose is exactly. It's his hustle. When you hustling, you don't have to be truthful. It's like you asking, well, how? Like it's like you going to the church and asking the pastor, well, how does it make sense for a man to walk on water? Like it doesn't make any damn sense for no man to walk on water. It doesn't make no sense for no man to split the ocean split a whatever, a river to walk through it. None of that makes any sense. But you not like you trying to knock his hustle. I mean, like the whole thing is he's hustling. You know, he's collecting tithes. So the you know, you're bringing logic, you making sense. You know, it is ridiculous. It don't make no damn sense in real life. But you know, he's like collect. Yeah, he got like the dude collected $1 million from 100,000 backers, man. Or no, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 backers. Like the dude's
more money right now too.
Yeah, he's collecting money on like I just saw the he has a new thing called American Maroons where they're like doing some kung fu shit through the woods killing white folk. This never happened, but you know he collected 100. How much he collect? Like maybe another $100,000 for that. You know, it's a hustle, my guy. You know, it ain't even like nah. And so the whole free enterprise thing, that's not even a thing. Like that's not a thing to them. What is it to them is that they built this country pretty much by themselves, and all of us kind of came along afterward, and we're now pretending to be them for the benefits that they alone should have. And it's not a realistic image, but it's a good piece of propaganda. I want to say this. I know Mr. Touch was saying he got it, but I want to say this. I was interacting with this app. So somebody on my Discord went on to said, "Hey, look at this app, right? This application where you can like the AI will write a copyright, you know, like we'll write an ad for you or like a passionate speech for you or whatever." And I gave the AI, said, "Oh, immigrants are taking our job," or whatever. And the AI came through and made this nice, passionate thing. You know, it made a couple of blunders before that, but it made some passionate thing about how you would motivate people to join your movement against immigrants coming after you. And it's kind of the same thing that Tariq Nasheed is saying, in the sense that he's just making a good emotional appeal so that you could feel good about your lineage, right? And feel bad about other people. And you put all the blame on other people, even though you know damn well it ain't other people, right? But you put all the blame on other people so that you could feel better. And then when you're feeling good and you feel like he's pushing the message you want to hear, he's gonna get tens and hundreds of $1,000s to give to his white baby mama or his white well, yeah, whatever. You get what I'm saying? So that's it.
Let's welcome in Azuli to the panel this week. Azuli, how are you this week?
I'm hot as hell. My boule, I don't know why it's not raining, but I'm hot as hell. But that's something I want to say. The immigrants that come over, though unwillingly or involuntarily, they do usurp the American people on the way. Meaning that when you get immigrants that come, a lot of time when they vote against the people that were there before. Even though sometimes I'm saying that like those new immigrants that are coming in, pretty soon they're not gonna need the black vote anymore, because if we let you end the country from all of this, you got to come back and vote for us. So I could understand part of the argument that they say that. So I could say that if Haitian immigrants come, they just vote and don't really care about the freaking policies, how it's going to affect their own people, because they come to America, they get to own the car, get a house, which probably was more difficult for them in Haiti. So I'm not going to say that they don't have some points, but it's not only towards the black immigrants. All immigrants do that, especially if a political group lets them in, like they did for the Afghanistan, the Ukrainian. All these people are going to vote in favor of the Democrats later on. So, and another thing I wanted to say is about that whole tether thing. They're using tether, but you know the tethers in the movie Us were the bad people, right? The tethers wasn't the good people. The tethers took the original, put them in, like when we watched the movie, Lupita Nyong'o, the one that went downstairs by accident and got stuck there for 30 years, is the original. So the mere fact that they're using tethers like that, they're using it the wrong way. The tethers and us are the good people. The people on top are the one that usurp the tethers and are on top now. If you understand what I'm saying. So that's what I wanted to say.
I appreciate that.
Nah, I'm gonna say I don't understand what he's saying. What are you talking about? The tethers, the tethers are the bad people.
The tethers are not the bad people. Lupita Nyong'o, when she was a kid, she went
got
down
lost.
there.
Yeah, she was a tether.
No, she was originally a regular person. She got lost in the tether world, and now she's kind of like leading the tethers against the original people. Urzula, you gotta fix your sound.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was a tether. The one that we see is a tether. But I was not trying to spoil the movie. My man turned to a cyborg.
Yeah, I gotta mute. For some reason, I can't mute his mic. But Urzula, you gotta work on your sound.
He integrated into the machine.
Into the matrix. You gotta fix your sound for me, all right? In the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, 1 second. Just hold that 1 second. In the chat, Amma Bookman is with us. Amma Bookman says they're calling anything in which Black immigrants mimic Black Americans and present themselves as Black Americans as tethering. Kevin Carre reminds everyone to like, share, comment, subscribe to help this channel grow. Lero says these are the same people that lie on their own ethnic group and erase their own history out of Afrophobia. There's no logic to their talking points. Amma Bookman says there's a commonality between the FBA ADOS movement and the hashtag Put South Africa First movement in South Africa. In an economy dominated by whites, there are lots of Black losers looking for scapegoats. And that right there, to me, that's the tweet. Forecast is with us saying, hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all say what's up to the Forecast and each other. Jay greeted Forecast. Urzuli, go ahead. If your sound's fixed, go ahead and finish.
What I was saying is that Lupita Nyong'o's character, when she was a child, she was the original, and she got lost down there, and the fake one switched place with her and went upstairs. The fake one was pretending to be the original one.
Yeah.
So technically, if we're gonna look at that, all the tethers that are downstairs were the original one. That's what I'm saying.
No, only Lupita made the switch.
Bro, you
so Lupita,
okay. I'm not
Lupita made a switch with the girl, with the original. So then the Lupita we know was the tether.
Yes.
But like she made a switch early on. So that they kind of gave that away when she came back up, and it was like, why can't you talk? Or like, what did you see down there? But like realistically, as a tether, she couldn't even talk.
Right.
You know? So she they taught her pretty much how to talk. So it's not that everybody made a switch. It was just that Lupita herself made a switch. So she was a tether, and she was like,
but in the end, Lupita Nyong'o, the one that's up there, she's the bad one. The original one is the one that went down on there that doesn't know how to speak anymore.
Yeah,
that came back to trying to get her place.
Yeah, she was a tether.
So I'm just saying the word tether is like the FDA, the FBA. They're using it wrong anyway.
So
at the end of the day, those people are crazy. So.
I think Bitter Meds had a what's it question saying he's gonna review some movies. It looks like us might gotta go on that movie. so we could all see when Lupita switches, and then you know that she was a tether from jump. Well, she was a tether. Well, her whole story is that she's a tether. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah.
All right. You know what? That was a good discussion on that topic. Let's go to Should It Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Should It Breeze topic number 4 tonight is the other part of Black economics. Black entrepreneurs always seem to have unusually higher prices. This did come with a link. Let's check it out. Yeah, so I let it play a couple times just so everyone could make sure to catch what it's saying. The prompt says the other part of black economics, black entrepreneurs always seem to have unusually higher prices. Kevin Carre, you're a black entrepreneur. Do you think this is accurate? And if it is accurate, why is that the case?
Well, it's not so much the higher price. It's how should I say this? I was talking. There's an old magazine I used to work for back in the early 2000s, and the publisher and I were having a conversation about a lot of the businesses, especially the black-owned restaurants, and how he goes to them and said, "Hey, why don't you guys just come together, go to the market together, and buy everything wholesale and split it amongst you?" And he was saying that it's like they refuse to do it. They want to do it themselves, and that's why everything becomes so expensive. On top of that, you got to pay for labor, the overhead, all this stuff. It's not so much it's expensive. It's just black people are just taxed higher. People see us, they want to charge a higher fee. Like I remember in the 90s, they were saying like sometimes to deliver things in black community, there's a tax, because they were scared of getting robbed or whatever. So they had to up the price. So when those prices get upped, guess what? It's passed on to the customer. But you know what? I'll yield the mic here.
Yeah, you are correct. It's a chain, and you have to pass off the costs in order to maximize on your profits. That's just what it is. Jay, I think you're also an entrepreneur. What say you to this?
Yeah, sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. But I used to when I did t-shirts, and I think I'm going to do it again. When I did t-shirts, I was very cheap. And I heard you, Kevin. I heard you. Black people wanting to do everything themselves. It irritates me, and yeah, we should do group economics. Yeah, we should buy together, and yeah, we should do that. But for some strange reason, a lot of us want to do everything ourselves. And when I was doing video, it affects the result. The result is half baked because like they say here in the Netherlands, the dots on the I were missing because you're a videographer, and some yeah, that's what you do, and other things you should leave them to a bookkeeper or whatever, so you can focus on the core business. But yeah, I pass the mic. There's something that we're doing something wrong, but I haven't put my finger on it yet.
Yeah, I get you on that. Yeah, and you're right. Like in America, what you notice with black entrepreneurs is that they're really solopreneurs. They're really, they don't hire anyone, so they're not creating jobs.
Yeah, good one. Solopreneurs.
Yes.
That's yeah, good description.
Yes. So, that is very true. So let's hear from Oni next on this topic.
What I could say is, I mean, I think a part of it is, of course, black folk are a little more expensive. They have to, whatever. But I also think it's part of it is, comparing apples and oranges. Well, one is this. Oh, by the way, I should say peace to Forecast because you said that. And of course, peace to the whole, everybody. Lero, I'm a bookman. Well, it's really in, Kevin Carre is already here, but provide trigger, trigger happy. A lot of triggers, so that's good, right? But what I'm saying is that there's a peace to everybody, of course. But what I'm saying is that one, we're comparing apples and oranges, right? And by that I mean that realistically, there's like some premium stores. Sometimes black folk are giving you the premium experience. The premium store. Now, I mean, this skit is kind of saying, "Oh, it's some cheap shit that we getting," but like, you gotta know, we gotta realize that cheap shit, right? realistically ain't cheap unless you're some industrial machine, you know, unless you're some like it's like with a shirt, you know, the shirt you wearing, you know, you could say, oh man, that shit would cost me like 14 cents. Yeah, that shit would cost you 14 cents if you have a $1 million machine to print shirts. You know what I mean? But if you gotta knit that shirt, it's not gonna cost you nobody's gonna knit that shirt for 14 cents. You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna hand make that shirt for 15 cents. So when you're talking about like obviously, you know, the food he's showing is particularly cheap, but you know, it's different if you like you got this, you got the mozzarella sticks, right? Mozzarella sticks could be cheap if you just buying them frozen, you know, or you getting them transported to your restaurant frozen. Right? Just like fries, if they pre-cut, that's cheap too. If you got a machine to cut it, that's cheap too. If you got a machine for bread, you know, all that kind of stuff. But the real thing is this, that if you were making those mozzarella sticks, right, that's going to cost you more. If you were cutting the fries, obviously fries are still going to be cheap. But, you know, if you were baking the bread for this, I guess, grilled cheese sandwich and you were growing the cheese or something, or you were making the cheese at home or whatever, right? Like homemade cheese, that's going to be expensive. So, you know, there's a lot of, and I'm not saying that black folk are doing this, right? But we also have to realize that they're not doing the same thing as the cheap places are doing. So the cheap places like, you know, your fast food restaurants, they're getting their supply frozen already. The Chinese food, which is cheaper, obviously, they're getting their food frozen already, right? I could tell y'all this, like I got this Jamaican store next to me. They are buying the shit from the grocery store. You know what I mean? They're not even like, I mean, sometimes they're getting in like, you know, wholesale supply somewhere else, but I seen them in a grocery store that I was at, you know, buying a whole case of chicken, you know? That's not the best method to do it, but what I'm saying is that if you're doing it like that, it's going to be more pricey. Because now what you're doing is you're paying for extra labor to get this food. First off, to make that delivery. Second of all, to get the food cooked and all that kind of stuff, which is different. You know, we are comparing. And here's the thing too. It's like if you go to these white boy stores, like there's a store. I don't buy from it, obviously. But like they're like, oh, you want a burger? You can get a burger for $30. You understand? Now they're gonna tell you, oh, it's a custom, you know, homemade goat cheese, not homemade, but you know, custom goat cheese and this and this and this, you know, vegan, blah blah blah. But it's $30 damn for a burger. You know, and nobody's saying, oh, well, these white folk. You know, I mean, look, we can't support these white businesses. White people are going for it. And like there's other stuff where they like gold dust they steak and all that shit. And white people are going for that shit too. So it's like, you know, it's part of it is apples and oranges. You comparing, you know, the industrial you know, food enterprise to the homemade, the home craft food enterprise. And it's not, and you're not gonna win. You know, like I said, there's this Haitian spot near me. They cook this mac and cheese, and oh my gosh. Good shit, right? And they charge you a pretty penny for it. And you know, if you taste it, you're like, yeah, I could see why they cost this much. And just like that, there's another Haitian spot near me. You know, it's a $20 plate, but they give you like a whole ass whatever. And it's like, yeah, it can feed me and my son for the day, you know. But they making it homemade. So like, yeah, if you comparing, you know, this to what the Chinese are doing, or this to what Burger King is doing, and this, then sure, like you look at, you know, it looks kind of goofy. But if you understand that if they're making the mozzarella sticks themselves, if they're making the bread themselves, if they're growing the potatoes themselves, that's going to add up to the value.
Yeah, we get that, but I think you're being honed in and super specific about the food business. What is the case though when we expand this just across the board, generally speaking, right? Why does it always seem that black entrepreneurs always seem to have unusually higher prices?
Well, I mean, see, my thing is that I noticed that black folk, they tend to try to charge you the same that white folk charge you. You know what I mean? Absolutely. So I think that's what it is. But the you know, and obviously, you know, a lot of us kind of like, well, I don't want to pay that white boy price. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to pay that white boy price. I'd rather pay the cheap price. But I think a lot of people are gonna charge you, you know, like they're not going like I said, like it's apples and oranges, where it's like, you know, a lot of us are looking for apples, right? But they know that white folk are doing oranges. Because like I can say this is, you know, no disrespect to this brother, but I needed an artist, and you know, this brother was like, yeah, I could do this artwork, but you know, it's gonna cost you so and so and so. That's the market rate. You understand? And it is the market rate, but I wasn't, you know, I can't afford no artist. You know, like I couldn't afford an artist. So it's like, you know, but then there are, of course, there's gonna be white folk who are gonna go way below the market rate. And if you looking at it from like at the end of the day, it goes back to like realistically, we as black people do have a you know, save money mindset, you know, and a save money among black folk mindset, right? Because we're and that's kind of how this white boy was able to colonize the planet, you know, like Jay was saying about how all over Europe they're wearing jeans. Why are they wearing jeans? Because when they were making the jeans by their hands, right, it cost them too damn much, right? But jeans, you know, you have a factory, you could print them shits and sell them for like $5, you know, and make a profit. But you can't do that with real stuff. And then black folk will come along and they will probably, you know, print the jeans, you know, the same way as the, you know, the cheap way, and then sell it at the cost of what if I were to home make this jeans? Or maybe they might home make the jeans, and you know, and then again, nobody could afford that shit, you know? Like you have to, like, technically you should be selling to white folk for that. But you know, that's it.
Let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you? Brother Bakari,
I'm great, man. I'm here. Great. Can you hear me?
Yes. We got you.
All
Brother
right.
Bakari, did you catch the prompt?
I ain't catch the prompt. I heard what y'all was talking, and that what made me come on here just to talk about this little business thing right quick, right?
Right.
Peace to everybody on here, by the way. On it, my boy, Mr. Untouchable, Jose, everybody that's on here.
Peace, bro.
In the chat, you know. But sometimes we don't talking about the high prices. So sometimes we don't check what the market is going for. And I'm gonna give you an example because I know you just said Oni was being specific, talking about the restaurant. So, but that's what I'm about to talk about too. Like I had this one guy, and his food was good, right? But you got 10 wings, fries, and 10 wings and fries for $15, right? 20 wings by itself, just 20 wings by itself was like $23. Now you could go up the street, down the block, and I thought just walk to this Bangladesh guy, who I didn't go to. I stuck with the brother till I found another black, and get 20 wings, fries, and a 2-liter soda for $21. So then I found another brother who was selling the same thing, 20 wings, fries.
Can I just quickly interrupt there?
Yeah.
In the chat, Lero mentioned that she doesn't really see the higher prices from black food spots, to be honest. When I used to pay attention to it, to me, the difference was the white food spots gave a drink. Like you just mentioned, the 2-liter soda. Like, to me, that was always really the difference in the price. The prices were similar. It's just like, you know, McDonald's, you're going to get a large drink with that. And in the black spot, you're going to buy your own drink or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
But go ahead, Bakari.
But sometimes, like, we don't check what the market is calling for, right? Then sometime if you're in certain industries, it's sold to us a little bit higher. So we have to sell it a little higher to make money. Or if your clientele is black, you know, if we honest, we know how we are. Sometimes we raise the price. Talking, when I had my electronics store, I raised my price on everybody, right? But I'm gonna raise my price. Most of my clientele was black. I'm gonna raise my price so they can haggle me down so I can get what I really want, to make them feel like they have a deal. But then sometimes they would say that something must be wrong with it. It's not high enough. I don't think it's the fact that our prices are sometimes too high. I think sometimes it's just difficult. Black people selling to black people, certain things to black people, right? Like I like island food, Jamaican food. I like that stuff, right? I was only just mentioned a Haitian spot, right? I was at this Haitian spot last Sunday. Food was awesome. But goddamn oxtails with rice and peas, was damn $35. Uh, I know the oxtail have gone up. Now the food was awesome. The food was great. I didn't get the oxtail, but I'm just saying. But it's and when you said across the board, and when you go across the board, a lot of times it is a little expensive. But I think sometimes they might leave room to haggle, or they don't care, especially the ones that's arrogant and they have a. I've dealt with some that have a lot of white customers, and they'll tell you, "Don't pay it." That's why I advertise to white people anyway. So it's just strange sometimes us dealing with one another, us dealing with one another in business, because sometimes the customer is looking for the black business, the black customer is looking for the black business to be perfect. I raised my prices when I was in pressure washing, and I gave that business to my son. I raised my prices on white people all the time. And you could talk to some now, and they would tell you, I have never paid that much for pressure washing in my life. But the job was good, so they would keep calling me back all the time. They were like, "You at least $65 higher than the other person that did it a few years ago." I'm like, "Yeah, but my work is good. I don't cut no, whatever." But I raise my prices on them, and they think I might be a little high. But I think sometimes when we look at the prices, we're expecting a deal from one another. It's not always like Leroy said, and it's not always the fact that the prices are high. I think sometimes we expect we expect deals from someone because they're black. That's just my take on that, and I'm going to listen and see if anybody got to say something before I listen offline again.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, Brother Bakari. I just want to point out earlier Tanzania entered the chat saying peace, Koku, and all coming late, catching up. Lero said black people see entrepreneurship as them, quote unquote, defying the odds, along with the aspect of flex culture. That being said, black folks aren't captains of industry. Folks taking control of what they can. Uwa Bantum entered the chat saying respect, right? So let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah. First, let me start with saying this. You know why they sell oxtail and rice, peas and rice, to to people for $35? Because they're in America. No, they know. No, because they're in America too. Because they know no Jamaican person paying $35 in Jamaica for some oxtail and rice. First of all, when I see this video, and let me tell you what my tether mind thinking. Tell. I thinking, hey, this thing costs $15 and $35. I get into Walmart to go buy a bag of potato, or even cut potato for $3. Then I get the bread and the hamburger meat is what, $2, $2. That's how I thinking, because I can make this shit myself, and I'll probably be more food than what these people offering. So what am I paying for? I'll do the labor. I have no problem doing the labor, especially when I know how to make the food. So I would never do that. But I think the issue is, as far as it's called, what your brothers was talking about earlier, it's called a chain, that we don't have as far as buying in bulk and wholesale, and actually owning the factories that create these things where these people could buy in bulk at a cheaper cost. We don't really have access to these channels, and I think that we could, but we shoot ourselves in the foot when we distance ourselves from the so-called immigrants or people in different countries. Because if I could get some cheap Haitian rice, and I know Zuli, and I know Zuli, the way they make rice in Haiti, I get Zuli because he get the connect where I could get the Haitian rice and import that shit and sell it at a discount in Haitian restaurants where I don't have to charge as much money. You know what I mean? I don't have to do that. If I'm trying to make a pair of jeans and I know that the gourd is much less than the dollar, much less than the dollar. And all I got to do is rent a space and buy some what do you call it? Some sewing machines to make so-called knockoff Levi's jeans, and then pay the people them for doing it much more than they would have made in Haiti, but much less than I'd have to pay them if they was workers in the United States of America making the same jeans, mind you. You know what I mean? Give them $100 American dollars or a thousand Haitian gourd, and then import that joint back into my store, my store in New York City, and sell that joint. I could be still undercutting. This is the connect the Chinese have. This is the connect the other groups of people have that we try to distance ourselves from, because they making their products in China and India, and then they sell it in the United States stores because they have that connection. They've never broken it or wanted to, because they understand America as a business. And I think that sometimes we try to, when we break our connections with our international brothers and sisters, we shoot ourselves in the foot because we find that we are not able to compete. And I feel like that's the way you are able to compete, because you can't compete buying from retail stores the bread and the potatoes and the hamburger meat and things of that nature. No. That's, to me, that's you really shooting yourself in the foot with that. You have to go outside just like everyone else does and import and then sell it at a competitive rate. And I feel like sometimes with the businesses, with our entrepreneurs, sometimes they make it all and try to get as much as possible in one sale. That's ridiculous. You want repeat customers. You want them to keep coming back forever if they could. You know what I mean? So you want to be as efficient as possible, as fast as possible, and have whatever product you selling is, you are able to compete with anyone else selling that same product in the marketplace. But I believe that sometimes you have to look without. You can't do it just buying retail. You gotta come outside your so-called comfort zone. And I think that everyone on the panel knows and understand this, and expand your chain. You know what I mean? Whether you try to build relationships outside of the circles that you in, you're not gonna get in that Chinese chain where they buying shit wholesale, because they see you as a competitor. So you're better off going to the Africans or even
Absolutely.
the Caribbeans. You know what I mean? Because I'm getting there, Zuli. Because I know he knows somebody in South Florida who getting it from friggin' Port-au-Prince, where they paying minimum prices, importing that joint, and is able to sell it in American stores at a rate that's competitive with everyone else. And my food just as nice. I just think that we shoot ourselves in the foot, not looking outside globally. But that's just me.
Before we go to Zuli, yeah, the pro-black perspective is saying something in the chat that I think I should say on air. You know, if you come in late to the show's already an hour or two in, you're not going to watch from the beginning and catch up to the show. Like, that's just not going to happen. So you just got to come in and just move the slider as far right as you can and just join the live conversation. Right? So don't try to catch up if you come in late. Just listen to the present current stream. I'm a bookman. Go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly say this. I remember when I was trying to get into the arts game, you know, where people buy art, you know, like pictures and things like that. And I didn't realize that Haiti had so many artists. You know what I mean? And they create these brilliant landscapes, and then they sell these art paintings in Haiti for less than nothing. You take them same kind of like pictures and drawings and things like that and sell that shit in South Florida, you get thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? Because they have a bustling industry in Haiti, but it's just that they don't have the market and they don't have access to the market. So who have access to the market? African Americans or people who have access to American markets. You could say, and white folks, black folks, people love these kinds of artworks in their home. And I just think that, like I said, I think that we need to expand our nets sometimes. But I'll end there.
Wait, can I add to what he just said? You just inspired me on something. Think about what you talk about art, right? I was just thinking of something. Let's say I go down to Haiti and I buy a lot of that art. I come back and sell it for thousands. But instead of selling it, I can go around to the different galleries and like, hey, look what I have. Something new here. I know the person that does this. We can work out a deal here where we can make your gallery for like 2-3 years exclusive, presentation and sellers, and we can split 70-30 where the artist gets 70, you get 30%, or somewhere down the line. But you can make industries around that now, where you have an agent, you have lawyers, copyright, all that stuff. That's what I'm gonna say that's what the Jews did for like certain industry when they live in certain communities. Their industry revolved around each other because if one goes, all of them go, and that's why we gotta start thinking again. Be like that. But I digress. Sorry about that.
In the chat, I'm a Bookman says it's what Oni said. Black people are not implementing the systems and technologies that lead to economies of scales, which will lower prices. She goes on to say, and because we are often solo entrepreneurs, on a shoestring budget, we often can't afford the tools that would lead to economies of scale. With that said, Erzuli, what say you to this prompt? The notion that it seems like Black entrepreneurs always charge more.
I think, first of all, I'm going to say this. I think it's intrinsic, it's innate in us for Black people to bargain. In America, we lose that. We can't really bargain. You go to a store, it's a set price. But if you're in the Caribbean or maybe in Africa, maybe in South America, you could go to a store. If the store is selling the shirt for 100, you'd be like, yo, man, I'll give you 85 for it. Or something like that. And sometimes people budge, but in America, like if you go to Macy's and all of that shit, the price is set. So I believe that a lot of time Black people hype up their price to make themselves feel, because I think the capitalist movement is like the more money you think you pay is the more quality, which is not true. All these big businesses those Caribbean big businesses in America, yo, the same freaking ingredient are cheap as hell, the same as the Chinese. When you have a business in America, you get a special card that you could buy yourself wholesale. There's Jetro in America. There's Costco in America. Jetro, I think, is for people who own big businesses. So food-wise, they use the same Maggie that's killing you, the same Caribbean food that's giving you diabetes. It's the same product. So what I'm going to say is that the food tastes good, but I do think the price, for example, Goku, there's the Ito place on Nostrand Avenue, which on by Flatbush, right?
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if you ever went there.
I used to go there all the time, but the pricing, man.
The pricing is over, and they're not even giving you organic or nothing. It's just regular.
Yeah.
So what is the point of that? So the ingredients are the same as maybe some of those chain fast food restaurant. What am I paying extra for? I get it. Sometimes maybe those food are like you could buy it and just heat it up. But sometimes these restaurants, they don't cook the food right away. They have leftovers and all of that. I do believe that the reason why we see it is that a lot of Black people, we bargain a lot. And I think in America doesn't allow that. Like you can't go to like a Macy's and be like, oh man, I'll give you 300 for this, even though it's 350. Even though 300 might be the real price, but because they need to make a super big profit, they hype up the price. So I do believe that. And another thing, Mr. Untouchable said about, they destroyed the Haitian rice thing. The Haitian use the same. The only Haitian, if you know people down there, you could get rice or whatever, but you can't get it wholesale like the way you could get it from a store here. So the rice economy is destroyed. The Clinton destroyed the rice economy in Haiti. The rice you're getting in Haiti is the same rice you're getting here most of the time. So I'm just gonna say this is like I do believe that sometimes they have the price higher because I think people have this notion in their mind if it's more expensive, the more you could pay. And also sometimes like Brother Bakari just said, if you're selling your shit for $5, people are gonna look at your shit. Is there something wrong with your stuff? So I don't know if it's. I think it's a trick that the capitalist system play on the customers. So I don't know, but I know in America, like the rice, the oxtail, you get businesses, you could buy stuff wholesale. That's why, like me and Coco, that store I told, when I'm hungry and I don't have food, I go there. Sometimes it's overpriced. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree. I think only might probably know that store as well. I used to go there all the time. And by the way, for those who don't know, Ito just means vegan, essentially. It's like the Caribbean for vegan. Um, um,
And Goku, they charge you more for vegan food, which is the easiest to cook. This is the thing, like especially when you go to this Whole Foods stuff. Oh, it's a freaking game they're playing with it. Even Whole Foods, sometimes you go to Whole Foods. Okay, okay. Goku, you know La Bay Market?
yeah.
So La Bay Market is a market that is run, to me, the true Caribbean fashion. I went there one time. The guy said, "All right, man, give me $3 for that." You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They give you a little bargain here and there. Sometimes they might say, "No, I'm not gonna give you this." But in La Bay Market on North Strand, there's sometimes the owner there, one time he said, "Yo, you ever had this?" I said, "No." He said, "You'll take that one for free. So next time, if you want, you could do that." You can't do that at Seatown. You can't do that at Whole Foods.
Wait, is that the one on Sterling Street?
It's on North Strand between Maple and I don't know what's after Maple, Midwood or something like that. I don't know, but it's like Bay Market. It's like a Caribbean market. But I really like that owner because he actually runs the store like we used to do back in the days, like in the Caribbean and in Africa. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
For most of the time, I see. So most of the time.
Right. Does anyone else have any comment to anything anyone else said?
Yeah, real quick. The wholesale. Remember, if you look around New York City, especially more Queens, Brooklyn, that area, there's always these people selling these plants, and they sell. And we spoke about it before, Koku. They sell them very expensive, but when you find the source, you can get those plants for cheap. But you know what I'm talking about, right? The over in Canarsie.
Yeah.
So right there, man, there is no excuse. You know what it is too? It's like we're looking for a super profit real quick. But in the meantime, you're destroying your business. The term is called barnstorming. It's an old term from back in the Negro League baseball, when the promoters used to like hype up the game, get as much money, and just sink the team.
Nah, but like I would say this. Well, first off, I know that store, and once upon a time I would just walk in and walk back out because I couldn't afford nothing. but yeah, first I want to mention that Soup Man, Mr. Untouchable, was gonna make his own food. Who's surprised there? But I also realized that like what Mr. Zulu was saying, and Brother Bakar was saying was, sometimes black folk, like we do, like you're supposed to inflate your prices with black folk, because it's like there's this video actually circulating on Twitter where this dude is dressed in like this green shirt, like his green sweater looks like it's like look like grass or something. And some dude comes over to him and clowns him, and the dude's like, "Nah, it's his name brand. It costs $700." And the dude's like, "Nah, that's like get a lawnmower and take that shit off," right? But the thing with that is that we do associate costs with value, and that's like another thing where like what the Julie was saying was, if something is like, if somebody says, "Hey man, here's a steak, a steak plate, and fries and a drink for $5, you suddenly like, wait, hold on. You know what I mean? Like, why would a full steak, 8-ounce steak or whatever, and full plate of fries and a drink cost only $5, so like sometimes, like I could see us, putting up the price, because that's another thing too. It's like you communicating that, hey, my shit is worth something. And sometimes, there are examples, I don't agree with them all the time, but there are examples of black folk, making these giant paintings and saying, "Oh, I'm selling this thing for $50 or something," or "I'm selling this thing for, $100 or whatever." And it's like the cost of the material, more or less, right? With a little bit of labor, maybe, right? And people are always like, "Yo, nah, man, that shit's worth $1,000. Nah, that shit's worth $10,000 or some shit." You don't. I mean, obviously, you never agree with that kind of thing, but that the reality is that we do associate costs with price. And I mean, I agree with what Amma was saying about the more or less the economy of scale and the reality. And like Malcolm X was actually talking about that while he was alive, about how we tend to resell the retail while these white folk are selling wholesale. And when you selling or like we reselling retail while these white folk are doing retail. And when you reselling retail, you have to charge more. And that's like us being goofy. But I would also just say that Mr. Untouchable was, on the on the money when he said we realistically have to, if you're talking about the African American situation, we realistically have to connect with the African world at large and the other African diasporas and diasporas, and really sell what they're selling, because one, we're gonna have exclusive markets in that sense, and two, we all profit because we're gonna, particularly, those of us in America, we're gonna profit the most because we get to sell the things that people want from other countries, so like, for instance, them drinks, the drinks that, like, if you go to the Jamaican restaurant, you go to the Haitian restaurant, you're gonna notice that they're actually selling drinks from Jamaica and Haiti and Trinidad and all them stuff, but they're selling them for way more, than you would buy if you were in thing, and people are actually purchasing, because, like, if you are Jamaican here, you wanna drink the drink that you was drinking back home, and there's only one place selling it, because the white boys ain't selling it. So I mean, there's a lot to it, and other thing I would say is that I don't know why Brother Bakari looking at oxtail in America now, because that thing is too pricey.
And another thing,
let me say this real quick, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna give an example. When I had my electron, me and my wife, we had our electronics store, right? I had a contract with Samsung and Toshiba, working on my contract with Sony, right? Now people would talk about my price. I was so refurbished. We was getting our store to get into refurbishing and have some new, right? But you would go to Walmart and someone would say, look, man, your TV is the same or more than Walmart. But since I can't afford to buy as many as Walmart, or if yours right at Walmart price, since I couldn't afford to buy as many, I was paying more for my TV. Now I'm going to tell you what I know for a fact. Samsung, Toshiba, when they were making TVs, and Sony, places like Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Brand did not pay over $100 for a TV. Don't care how big it was. The biggest TV then. So think about it. They paying $100 for a 65-inch TV because they're buying so many, right? So since we can't afford to buy in bulk like that, they just paid $100 for a TV. I might have to pay $1,500 for. You understand what I'm saying? So then the price go up a little bit because I can't afford to get what they get. Just like the one sister, I think that was the sister said, was in the chat, said there's sometime we on our budget is way different, and we don't have that team concept set up where we are going in and doing it together. Everybody is just hustling against one another. So I couldn't afford to sell them as cheap because I couldn't buy. I was not buying 2,000 TVs today. You understand what I'm saying? They're buying 2,000. I can afford to purchase 10. You see, you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
In order to make a profit, I had to raise it up a little bit. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Before you go, sometimes I think also a lot of the black-owned stores play on our string that we're black,
Yes.
and know that their prices are exuberant. But hey, man, this is black-owned. Pay an extra $100 for it, especially around Brooklyn and this new gentrified Brooklyn. Everybody seems to want to put black-owned in their stuff, and as a black person, they will up the price, and then a lot of us are going to support. Oh, it's a black-owned business. Meanwhile, the economy is shit. So stuff like that. So I do think sometimes they play they're trying to play that heartstring and pull your heartstring because it's black owned and to get black people to buy and stuff like that. So
let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Firstly, $32 for a plate of food? Are you kidding? I would not pay that no matter who was selling it. I am not paying 6 gallons of gas for a plate of food. No way. But I guess things are worse out there in New York than out here. But yeah, the quality of black business products is abhorrent. And unfortunately, we still should support our black businesses, of course. But I also think that it's a two-way street. They should firstly be, more $32, that's ridiculous. They should try to first of all gain the trust of the community by offering good, good food, good products, and then at a reasonable price. We know it's not going to be as cheap as the rest, and most people who do shop black, I understand that you're going to pay more just for that. But it shouldn't be something that you're taking advantage of the fellow feeling of your people, that you're going to overcharge them. Just that's stealing. That's being exploited. And if I'm going to be exploited, I mean, I guess it's better to be exploited by your own, but still, it's not good to be exploited by your own people. So I think that if they would do want support from the community, they also have to support the community, and also they should also put back something, even if it's just sponsoring a local basketball team or sponsoring. I don't know. There has to be something that we ask for from them as well as they, ask from us. So that's it. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Tan. Yeah, if you look at you scroll through the comments, a lot of the comments are really negative toward black businesses and the pricing, but interestingly enough, no one really explains, like anyone on the panel has tried to explain the reason for a lot of this stuff. If there's no last words on that,
no, it is a last word. One last thing I think that is missing from this discussion is two things. And the reason why people are able to get away with what they can get away with is there is a psychology that comes with selling, and there is also a psychology that comes with presentation. And what I mean by that, what is Popeyes? What is a Popeyes chicken sandwich or Kentucky Fried Chicken? It's only butter, eggs, club soda, flour with seasoning in it, flour, whatever. That's all what a Popeye chicken and Kentucky Fried Chicken is. That's all what it is. But the reason why these people are able to have customers keep coming back is because of psychology. Give me 3 good salesmen and I could sell you dog shit. Forgive me, Tanzan. I'll sell you dog shit for $1,000 if you give me 3 good salesmen who understand the psychology of selling and how to present it well. And I'll keep them coming back to buy that $1,000 plate of dog shit. You know what I mean? And I think that this is what our competitors sometimes they have over us, because Kentucky Fried Chicken is just as simple things as, like I say, club soda, seasoning flour and eggs mixed together, and then you put the butter and deep fry. That's all what that is. What Popeye's chicken is? It's the same concept. What they call it? I forget the name of the bread what they use, but it's just they use the art of presentation, put it in a nice box, colorful box. You know what I mean? And then wrap it.
But Mr. Untouchable, how does that compare to Caribbean? Caribbean people don't put no freaking shit on it, and they still sell their shit mad expensive, and they're rude when you go buy the shit.
Because you know why the Caribbean sell what they sell? Because they have the exclusivity of the exotic food that people are eating. They hear me out,
not in Brooklyn.
Hear me out, brother. You hear me out. Just hear me out. There is a restaurant in South Florida called Bahama Mamas or something like that. Bahama Mamas. I forget the name of it. Bahama something.
Yeah, Bahama Mama.
Bahama Mama. The place is not even owned by Bahamians. Most people who patronize this place is a bunch of white folks who think they're eating authentic Bahamian food. Like they even have a drink called Bahama Mama, where most Bahamians haven't even drink that nonsense. You know what I mean? They don't even drink that. But they package it and present it, and people think that they're getting the authenticity, the exclusivity, that exotic food that they eat. People want to taste. Oh, I'm in Jamaica because I'm eating oxtails. You know what I mean? I'm in the Bahamas because I'm drinking a Bahama Mama. You know what I mean? This is presentation. It's a psychology of Bahama Breeze. That's the name of it. It's a psychology.
Oh yeah. Bahama Breeze. Yeah, you're right.
It's a psychology of sales and the psychology of presentation. I feel that's lacking from us from time to time. And yes, you are right. In Brooklyn, where there is larger immigrant communities and things of that nature, more or less you know, you gonna have the Caribbean people patronize it, but a whole lot of white folks can patronize that $35 oxtail, as opposed to some Caribbean or Jamaican person. But I don't see it. Maybe it exists, but I don't see a Jamaican woman, old woman, buying a $35 plate of oxtail. You wouldn't see it. I don't believe it. I have to see that to believe that.
No, but Brother Bakari is not from New York, so it's another place. Maybe that's probably the reason, because ain't nobody paying no $35 for no plate of oxtail in Brooklyn. For what? So maybe it's the scarcity in the area. I don't know where he lives to be exact, but I don't think in Brooklyn people are paying $35 for no oxtail plate. How large is that plate? Is it a medium? Is it an extra large? What are you? So
you know, Brother Bakari like the food. You know what I mean? He say he like Caribbean food, but
what I'm
Caribbean
saying
people
is,
wouldn't pay that shit. But let me say this: there are people, white folks and black folks. You know what I mean? Who would patronize and eat with a hog moss and chitlins and shit like that just to get the Black American experience, and they'll overprice sell them. You know what I mean?
but what I'm saying is, they talking about? I don't know if this prompt is talking about when Caribbeans shop with Caribbean or when foreigners go with Caribbean. What I'm saying is, Brother Bakari, maybe I don't know where he lives. Maybe they don't get Caribbean food like that, so maybe they get away with it like that. But in Brooklyn, you're not selling no freaking large for 35. That's like seven plates for $35.
Never happen.
So, but one more thing. Hold on, one more thing I want to say. Mr. Untouchable, how you curse and you apologize to Tenzin and they got, are you sipping right now?
Cupcaking, totally cupcaking.
Thank you, Tenzin. He is cupcaking.
I speak in foul language in front of a woman. Yeah, I mean, I'm old school. Sorry, my fault.
Chocolate cupcaking. In the chat, daily affirmation by Pauline. She's the one who remembered it. Bahama Breeze. Actually, podcast says Bahama Breeze is the equivalent of Taco Bell when it comes to ethnic food. I don't think anybody thinks they're getting an authentic experience there. I do believe some people think they're getting, if not the equivalent, but a close experience. I do think people think that. You know what's also a fun story, Mr. Untouchable? So when I was a kid in Nassau, they used to sell these drinks called Radler. And I remember one of the Radler, it was Radler? I think it was Radler. One of the flavors anyway was this Bahama Mama drink. And they used to push that heavy in the stores, Super Value and the little tuck shops and stuff like that. And I always thought it was so odd that we was drinking this drink that's supposed to somehow represent who we are, and it doesn't. But we just go and buy this stuff over and over. It was always strange to me. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I live near and I've patronized Bahama Breeze, and there's not one authentic Bahamian dish there. I believe they serve their take on Bahamian cuisine. Yeah, I've seen the
But that's her. But do you think that the average Caucasian or know if there's a difference?
That's what I'm saying, right? There's people who just wouldn't know, and they think, just like a lot of people think they hear a Jamaican accent, they think they hear a Caribbean accent, Bahamian or Antiguan or something. They think, oh, you must be Jamaican. Like that's the only point of reference a lot of these people have, and so when they go to a place called Bahama Breeze, selling what people equate to Caribbean cuisine, a lot of folks think they're getting, if not the exact experience,
it's like
close facsimile.
It's like when for a while, most black people thought Chinese food was like authentic Chinese food until we realized, no, this is not authentic Chinese food. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would just add, like for instance, my mother would not buy from the Jamaican restaurants near me because she would be like, she pull a Mr. Untouchable and be like, I could cook that shit myself, Right. But at the same time, it's like I personally I think that Caribbean people, like if you consider me Caribbean, right? We would buy, them expensive dishes if we got the money. Like when you got the money, or if you want to treat yourself, you might, overpay. You're probably not gonna do that every day. and you're not really like looking for the Caribbean experience. But like I know a lot of Caribbean people who would not patronize other Caribbean people just off of that principle. Just like a lot of black folk, like black Americans, would not patronize. Like they would be like, I can make mac and cheese myself. You know, I can make soul food myself. I wouldn't, if I want to go to a restaurant, I'm not going to eat my own food. Now I kind of link that, like sometimes I link that to self-hate, sometimes I link that to, you know, the resourcefulness that Mr. Untouchable was talking about. But you know, so yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion that people do pay, like they would pay for like $35 for the oxtail, you know, if they have it like that. You know, if they don't have it like that, then they're not going to. If they want to treat themselves, if they want to treat their family, if they want to, you know, splurge a little, then they would. But also, you know, I also know that a lot of people don't. But it is like you guys were saying, there's a niche, you know, like sometimes you want to, you know, you want to play the mac. Like there's this restaurant here in America called like Mac and Cheese or whatever, or something like that. I'm sorry, in Brooklyn, mac and cheese restaurant. It's just they just sell mac and cheese and people will mess with it. There's like a seafood place that was a lot of money and I mean it closed down, right? You know, the one on the junction. But yeah, like that was a black owned restaurant and it was like, yeah, we're gonna like we're selling to, like, it's like what Mr. Untouchable was saying about marketing and sales and the reality of, you know, sometimes you want something that isn't McDonald's and you don't want Burger King, you want something different, and people are willing to pay more for something different, understanding that, you know, this is a niche market, and it kind of links back with supply and demand, and that supply and demand is also why, you know, oxtail is so expensive, because like realistically speaking, you know, like the supply isn't there. You know, it's not the same supply as chicken. It's the tail of a cow. It's not even like you already, you know, cows are already these massive animals and they just have you know, they have these little tails, and those little tails are now in high demand because everybody's like, yo, this thing slams. And so yeah, it's gonna be more costly.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says, this is why blackness means nothing. It came with a link as well. Let's check it out.
How well do white people know black people? Okay, so question: what is a do-rag?
Put on your head.
Put it on your head?
Yeah, it's for waves.
It's for waves. Okay, my boys, 1 for 1. What are retros?
Talking about shoes?
Shoes? What kind of shoes?
Like Jordans?
Jordans? Yes, sir. All right, finish this lyric. I'm on hypnotic, exotic, and polo on my
body,
yeah,
on a bag, on my savi,
All right, we trying to figure out how well do white people know black people, okay? So, question: what is a do-rag?
Yeah, that's an interesting man on the street topic. How well does white people know black people? And the prompt says, this is why blackness means nothing. Some of you who are on a certain email chain might recognize this prompt. If Jay is still there, let me know. In the meantime,
I'm still here. I'm here.
All right, Jay, let's start with you. Does this video make you think that blackness means nothing?
That's a harsh description, but I thought this video was embarrassing.
Talk about it.
You know, it's back to the tether conversation. It's pop culture, and pop culture is it's shameful, man. It's shameful. Stop it. Put something else on. No, I'm kidding. You know, I don't know if it was on the on your blog site that I reacted with. This makes Africans. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this one was supposed to be supposed to air last week because it's a while ago. this is maybe we touched this with the tether subject. So if I talk a certain way, if I know some African American as expressions, if I know how some dressing styles are called, then I know black people. Come on, man. No, this is commerce. This is commerce. This is something that is sold to us black people worldwide. Like, this is how you behave. You know, you're an athlete, you're a baller, you're an entertainer, or you're a criminal.
Thank you for that, Jay. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says two things. It shows that black culture is often picked up by America and magnified to be profited. It shows that we don't necessarily control it, and that some elements of black culture is not entirely black, nor are they black creations. Goes back to the idea of cultural consciousness. In the chat, Tanzan said it's not that it means nothing. It's not that blackness means nothing. It's just that it's cheap and can be given to anyone who saunters in and offered to those who don't. And I don't think the thought was finished, but we have Tanzan here. Tan, finish telling us what you wanted to express there.
Yeah, so as Jose said, just knowing a few facts about something does not necessarily, make you a part of that, because I wouldn't have qualified, I wouldn't have known the answers to those questions. But it's not so much that it means nothing. It still does. It means something. That's why we still say, oh, well, what does it mean to be black? Even asking those people who have no business answering that question, but there's still something to it. Our problem is we don't have exclusivity. We don't hold things dear to us until somebody tells us that, yes, those things are worth something. And then we say, oh, okay, well, then I guess we are. So this is just another sad attempt at validation, at white validation. And if we don't get that approval from them, then we don't feel like we're doing something. If you go around asking this question, so what if some, random, child knows these things? You're supposed to be going to your people and educating them and not just telling them things that they know, but, sharing knowledge. But we feel that, and this happens even in Africa, we're so proud of our culture. Only when the Western people come in, that's when we dance and put on the gear and all that stuff. But amongst ourselves, like, well, they that's just that. So yeah, it's the same pattern of us. And when I said that we offer it to anybody can come in and they will be welcomed. We think, oh, we're being hospitable. No, we're just showing our desperation. So people come in and they can go to all those. Why do you think that they go in and take pictures of those, African children with the flies? Who allows that? Who wants? Even when somebody comes to your home, do you want to show them your nakedness and your poverty and all that? Why do we allow that? We want not just their pity, we want their validation. We want to be seen by them. If they don't see us, we're not there. Yeah, I'll end there for now.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. I like those points you made. Kofi is here, y'all. Say greetings to Kofi in the chat. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, by the way, sitting in the living room is 3 generations watching this podcast. Thank you for that. She says the discussions bring awareness to our younger generation. Half Jolly Podcast earlier said exactly. People don't know the difference between pop culture or trends and actual culture. Customs, traditions, societal structure, etc. are what make culture, not commercialized trends. Let's hear from Kevin Carey 42. Kevin Carey, what say you to this?
Well, first off, I really don't care about this. I'm too busy building. I won't say what I'm doing, but I'm too busy building and educating the younger generation, younger photographers coming up, teaching them what to do, how to portray your people. Always put your people first. That's all I care about at this point. My time on this earth is finite. I can't be worrying about this idiot going around white people going. That's on him. I got better things to do and think about. But I'll give up the mic.
Trigger Happy 262 says, but it also shows the case that black cultures are a lot more visible to other people compared to other cultures, because black cultures, once again, are often appropriated for profit and patronage. let's go to Oni here. Oni, what say you to all of this?
I would say for this. Oh, by the way, greetings to Kofi and greetings to Daily Affirmation. Daily Affirmation. That's really good though. 3 generations. That's powerful. But what I would say is, you know, well, I would say it this way. What if a Mexican person walked up to you and was like, "Hey, man, what's a sombrero?" And you're like, "Oh, it's one of them hats." And they're like, "Ah, yeah, okay, all right. Next question. You know, what is a tortilla?" And you're like, tortilla, well, that's you know, blah blah blah. You know what a tortilla is, right? It's like, oh shit, you're amazing. And then it goes, you know, finish this song, you know. I had to write it down. But dale a tu cuerpo alejero Macarena. Finish it. Like, everybody knows what it is. You know? And they got hype. Oh, sorry, I forgot she said 3 generations. I'm gonna stop cursing. But the thing is that, you know, like we all like why are you like, nobody would go up to you. No Mexican person gonna go up to you. No Swedish, Danish person gonna go up to you and be so impressed that you're paying attention to them. You know, like what? You getting hype over some basic ass white dude? Oh, I thought I was gonna stop cursing, but yeah. But you getting hype over some white dude, right? Being excited. I mean, sorry, this white dude, you know, just knowing something that's already in pop culture. And if you understand, if you understand what these what pop culture is doing, is that it's realistically being advertised to white folk, you know, and a lot of us, you know, a lot of black folk are actually being exposed to the white sanitized version of black culture too. You know what I mean? Like me personally, I haven't seen nobody you know, wearing baggy jeans in my family until I saw it on the television. Then I started doing it. You know what I'm saying? But basically it was the version of quote unquote black culture that these white boys were propagating for white consumption. You know what I'm saying? So like, for instance, I do have a brother who was like wearing do-rags eventually, but a lot of that doesn't come from our upbringing per se. Although he was, you know, in that kind of area, but you know, it doesn't come from our upbringing. If I start wearing do-rags or what have you, it comes from us mimicking and mocking the television that these white boys set up for themselves, and they put these black performers to perform, you know, quote unquote, you know, in the style that they find would be palatable to these white folk. But then so like, yeah, this whole thing of being excited over, you know, do-rags and retros, and I wouldn't have gotten that song lyric, but you know, but whatever song that was, you know, it's just the same as if this is like, you never happen where some white person is just approaching you and getting hype that you happen to know something in their popular culture.
Oni, before you go, can you answer that question from Daily Affirmation by Pauline? Can you advise what black culture actually is? As we say good night to the sister Marcus Garvey is the way.
Oh, well, good night, Marcus Garvey, or do you mean good evening? But yeah, good night. If you're going away, can I advise what black culture actually is? Well, as I'm saying, like it would totally depend on the context. You know, it would totally depend on what is being asked. Because see, I tend to go by culture being what your ancestors were doing before you, like you doing what your ancestors were doing. That's what it is. But you know, these days, you know, especially like in the modern era where everything is urbanized, you know, we tend to start doing stuff differently from what our ancestors were doing, to the point where, you know, some people would say it's not culture, you know, if you're not doing what your ancestors are doing. But at the same time, you know, it's obviously, you know, you have your own mannerism, your own way of doing stuff. So there is that cultural aspect to it. So it's a really, like, I feel like that's a really complicated question. I probably would be better able to, you know, answer it or take a shot at it if I were, you know, writing down, like if I were doing writing and researching, not so much, you know, on Shoot the Breeze per se. Although I did have that one podcast where we were talking about culture being derived from, you know, politics being derived from economics. So you know, realistically, you know, I would say, you know, culture is, you know, kind of how you secure your political well-being, and the politics would be how you secure your economical well-being. But like, what that necessarily means, we would like to make it palatable, particularly if it's like, let's say if you're saying some younger people are asking, that's not going to make much sense to most people. So I would say, it's like that's a really complicated question to ask at 11 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Like,
Provide Triggers for Evolution says, who is defining blackness? What this guy is interviewing these white guys about is African American cultural degeneration, culture in its broadest anthropological sense. Furthermore, would the reverse occur? So this is basically what Oni was talking about. A white boy interviewing black boys about whiteness or white cultural degeneration. No, it wouldn't. Kofi says black culture is content that is produced for black people by black and white people, not really African based. Mr. Untouchable, we'll give you the last word here.
For me, this is Sambo white capitalist culture. Black American culture to me is the revolutionary matron reading pre-colonial Black Africa by Shakanta Diop from 8 to 10 o'clock. Black American culture is Brother Bakari saying that, hey, it's 12 o'clock. I need to get up in the morning to go drive this dump truck. I'm out of here. Black American culture is my brother Harsh reality say, I'm on daddy duty tonight. I can't talk tonight. I'm on daddy duty. Black American culture is a forecast asking Brother Bakari, who is the real coon? You know what I mean? And asking analytical questions to it. And I take the reason why I take the positive outlook on this nonsense is I know that do-rag wasn't even created by African Americans. What are we talking about here? That's not black African American culture. It's not even black culture. Black culture to me in the Bahamian sense is my pops going out from 6 o'clock in the morning and coming home at 11 o'clock in the night. Black Bahamian culture is my daddy saying he ain't marrying a woman until he putting a woman in his own house. You know what I mean? So there's so much variances to it, but I absolutely know that this is some backward Sambo white capitalist created nonsense. The same way they do in the Bahamas, with what is a Bahamian and the capitalist implications of what that is supposed to be, where we selling our culture or our ass for a cheap tourist dollar. But this certainly is not what they consider to be. They have nothing to do with blackness. They have nothing to do with culture. It's solely along the lines of what we could sell to put on our head we perceive as blackness, which is a nonsense. So I don't really vest a whole lot of interest in this video. I think it's just a bunch of bullshit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this
Can I say something before we close out?
Oh yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second. This conversation can help a lot of you. I put up a community tab post earlier today. The question of the day: how do you describe the cultural product of the black community where you are from? And Mr. Untouchable responded similarly to how he responded just now. He said completely compromised, sold out primarily to white tourists as a native event. So you guys, since we're having this conversation now and Shoot the Breeze, after we're done here, go on the community tab and post, your description of the cultural product in the black community in the area that you are. I'm trying to see something here. I'm trying to see how these things align or not. Tanzan, you have the floor.
Yes, for me, I'll use Matthew Arnold's description of culture as the best of what people have to offer for themselves and for the world, but for themselves first. So for me, it's the best that we have to offer. It's not the degenerate, it's not the backward. So if I look at the culture and music, I'm going to look at the best that Black America has to offer. And that for me was, during the Afrocentric time. I think Brother Kamisi Fox did a whole program about that, when it was positive, when there was creativity, when there was progress. The best of African culture is when we lived in peace, when we respected our elders, when we followed our traditions and so on. So culture is the product of wanting, excellence out of our people. So when we speak of Western culture, we don't speak about the brutality, the degeneracy, the deviousness, the list goes on. But we speak of, the science, the mathematics, the inventions, and so on. So for me, when I speak about Black culture, this is not Black culture. This, rap music and, asking about do-rags, that's not culture. That's just, how do you call it? The stereotypes. Yeah, that's how I'd call it. And stereotypes is just something you associate with a certain group of people, good or bad, So no, we're not talking about Black culture here. We're still just talking about Black stereotypes. How well do you know how to stereotype a Black or African person? So if you're an African person, you stereotype, oh, they're poor, they're backwards in a village, they're naive, they're, all these things. But if we talk about culture, we should speak about what elevates us as a people, not what, just stereotypes us. And what we identify with is what we create, the good things that we create. So that's how I view culture.
Thank you for that, Tan. Your volume is kind of jumping around a little bit, just to let you know, Tan. Did I hear from Ozuli for this?
Sorry.
Nah.
Go ahead, Ozuli.
What I want to say is that maybe that young man. All right, I'm gonna use one of Mr. Untouchable's when he saved the Tiara Mac the other day, the twerking thing. I'm gonna use the same similar kind of. I remember when I was younger, I was on the Parkway, and there was like a Haitian stand, and then there was a Caucasian brother there, and he started speaking Haitian to me. And at the time, I was maybe young, and I was amazed. I was like, and the way I was like, I was amazed, and I was like, in a way, kind of. I've never seen a Caucasian person speak Creole the way he spoke it. But after I left the table, I was mad at myself for being like for letting that validate my culture, because I know he learned the language to probably steal natural resources more. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So this young man right here, I mean, I guess he's high, but a lot of the young people now believe this is culture. So, like, to me, African American, even when like soul food, they say when you go down south, like people from everybody cooks like that. So, what is really African American culture? Would I say jazz? Would I say the blues? Would I say R&B, rhythm and blues, hip hop? Even though rap came from the culture of so much oppression, that was a way for African American to tell their story. Is that
Well,
even culture?
the forecast made a point in the chat to mention that culture is more than just music and sports.
But then if we use that, when we can't, like, what's more culture, like how you speak to your parents, Caribbean? Like if you go down south and you meet other black people from back in they were very respectful. They acted the way we acted towards elders. So is that really, like, I don't understand what's culture, like education? Because the education is very American. Sports is very American. Like, so I don't know what's a specific African American culture besides hip hop, besides the music. If we want to say how we interact with each other, like our syntax or ebonics, yeah, that's part of the culture. The way we carry ourselves, the way we with the swag that we have, yeah, I guess that's part of the culture. But like, I don't understand what it's more than music, more than what's culture. The way you eat, the language you talk. We African Americans speak English. It's the syntax. The syntax is different. When you go down south, sometimes Caucasian people speak the same way as black people do. The soul food stuff, they cook their food the same way. That's what they said. So what is something that's intrinsically African American besides the music? I don't know. Besides the music and I guess they want to say like the FBA, we always swag. We just everybody's carrying our swag or whatever. Like, I don't know. But Tyson said, and even in the culture, we got to take the good and the bad. We can't just say, I'm going to take the good or this is American. We have to take both. You know? So
In
I
the
don't know.
chat, the Harsh Ali podcast says Black American culture is still in an infantile stage and honestly confused as a result. A stolen, confused people still trying to find its way. If you ask me, Trigger Happy 262 says, honestly, that's also another issue. I said in the chat, a problem often is the focus on aesthetics in Black cultures, but no focus on social, economic, or political organization. Trigger Happy goes on to say, Like, what are unique African marriage customs that are not European at all, or marriage protocols? Provide triggers for evolution says agree with Tanzan 100%. Kofi says black culture is for black people in the West. African culture is the real culture. West African African culture is the real culture. Trigger Happy 262 says black culture in the West also has Africanisms. It isn't detached from Africa. I think Tanzan wanted to add something.
Yes, I will take a crack, and Jose will accuse me, as he's done before, of simping for Black Americans. For me, the difference, the one thing that I would say about Black American culture that is distinct from both, African and, well, no, maybe not distinct, continuation, but they have more put their stamp on it, is the culture of rebellion. We talked about the culture of respect. I think one thing that Africans and Caribbeans have is that culture of respect, respect for the elders and so on. But Black Americans have a culture of rebellion, not just from the experience, I guess maybe from the circumstances here, but when it comes to that identity, that, Black identity, that I'm Black, I'm beautiful, I'm resistant, I'm strong. That to me is a very distinctive part of Black American, specifically Black American culture. Maybe it's a part of the American as well, but I think that's the one thing that I see the difference between Black Americans. I'm not talking about, the FBAs and those other, lost idiots, but the real ones, from the scholars, the writers, the activists, and so on. They do have a distinctive way of addressing things, of being rebellious, and something that I miss in Africans. Africans have a very, well, it's not that they're stupid or backwards. It's just they're very more accommodating. They're hospitable. They're nice. They're all that. But when it comes to taking the bull by the horn, I think I have to give Black Americans that. So yeah, come at me, Jose, bro.
But the reason I could understand where you're coming from, Tanzan, but if we look at the Mama soldiers, the Mau soldiers, the dreadlocks, that came from Africa. So the rebellious, we've been I mean, I get, yeah, we could understand the Black Power movement, the I'm Black and I'm proud. Yeah, that's true, but that's not intrinsically to Black Americans. If we use the Mama soldier, the dreadlock rastas from Jamaica, people in the Caribbean who wanted to be who they were, and like the voodoo culture, that's all act of rebellion. So
yes, I come from a region where rebellion is also a culture by various ethnicities, the Jola, the Balanta, I mean Amilcar Cabral, Guinea-Bissau and Guinea-Conakry, the rebellion and anti-colonialism lives, But if I may, Kofi said something striking that actually puts everything together. I believe he said Black culture is for everybody. When you are rejected, you go to Black folks, and that's not particularly Black culture. But do you know how Black culture is called here in the Netherlands? Urban. Urban. So. Blacks in the United States, they moved from I hate, okay, plantation. Sorry, man. I was looking for another word for farmer and village life, but anyway, they moved from the south, from the plantation to the urban plantations, the factories up north.
Sharecropper.
Yeah, sharecropper. Right. Thank you. So Black Americans moved from sharecropping in the south to the urban plantations up north in the factories, right? In Detroit, etc. And urban life became the culture. While what our Haitian brother, sorry, your name is
Erzuli.
Azuli mentioned it. You know, in the South, the same African traits, what Tanzania just called African, are also in the South, and this you know rebellion is not particularly African American, because the dude in the movie, that's not quite rebellious, right? Looking for confirmation from whites, but the umbrella of what I'm trying to say is it's what is called black culture is actually urban culture, individualism, right? Individualism. Yeah, that's it. Individualism and anonymous. You're anonymous. You don't have no name. You are nobody. You're the neighbor in a flat with 50 other families, right? So how can you keep your culture? How can, of course it's lost, the traits that we, you know, I love to talk about our people. I'm not an African American. I've never been in America, and I never will. But we, our people, lost our traits by moving to the city. I hate the city here in the Netherlands. Also, I have a love-hate relationship with Rotterdam, this port city. My life is moving in and out of Rotterdam. When I'm tired, I move to the suburbs. You know, where I live now is where I lived for the longest, because I'm getting old, of course. So moving is not my favorite sport anymore. But you know, I'm a village boy. You know, and culture doesn't flourish in the city. You know, genes flourish in the city, right? Urban lifestyle. And I'm sorry to see our people call that black culture. It's urban, it's city culture.
That's true. That's true. Thank you for that, Jay. In the chat, Provide Triggers for Evolution said culture is functional and ensures a group's intergenerational survival legacy. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, so if we don't even know or have differing views on what our culture is, then how can we come together like, I guess, other ethnicities? Marcus Garvey is the way he says, our folks been rebellious. Sometimes the anger is misdirected inwardly. She says, FBA knows the European best, and I've honestly chosen to roll over. Keter is here. Keter says, greetings, family. Just tuning in. Y'all say what's up to Keter. Afro-Native World is here. Says, unfortunately, Black Western cultures are usually anti-African. Kofi says, yeah, Africanisms, but it's white overall as well. We have to define in terms of West Africa. I feel like I missed a matron comment or something. Trigapi says, I think that's more interpersonal at the moment, but in the post, that was much more true. At the moment, I'd say besides the organization that are pursuing it, there's no Black people who are pursuing any forms of nationalism or liberation, if we're being honest. Kofi says, we have to define it in terms of how close it is to the West African culture. Marcus Garvey is the way he says the rainbow culture and this acceptance here in America is proof the rebellion here is lost. Oh yeah, there's the learning curve. She says it's rural. Black culture, I guess she's saying is rural or supposed to be, as opposed to the city culture that it more so is. I'm not sure what she meant there. Trigger says to Kofi, I don't disagree with that, but everywhere in the Black world there is a degree of cultural erasure. He says I should have said Black group or ethnic group, not Black people as an individuals, just to clarify. The forecast says, but just from what Tanzan said, why count rebellion as part of African culture, but it doesn't count as culture for Black people in America? Provide Triggers for Evolution says the Haitian Revolution in 1804 was rebellious. Does anyone have any last comments for this prompt here? This is why blackness means nothing. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a station ID break here. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to drop prompt number 6 tonight, so you guys know what's on the other side of the commercial break. Prompt number 6, some of you might have seen this week, is did Keenan Thompson KO or knockout Iron Mike Tyson? Keenan Thompson KO, that is knockout Iron Mike Tyson. Let's do a quick station ID, and on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. So we're going to end the show at 1 a.m. Wherever we're at, whatever prompt we reach to, leading up to 1 a.m., we'll end there, just so you know. I also put up this poll about if I did more Black empowerment movie TV reviews, would you tune in? And I like how some people drop it cold and say no, but that's a minority. The majority of people, 86%, say yes. And the reason why I bring that up is because, well, to be honest, that's one of the popular things that's done on YouTube, and I'm trying to get the reach of the show, to be larger. So reviews are always good, and I think we actually do need more Black empowerment or Black power type of reviews of things that are supposed to be Black cinema or Black media. And the way I envision it, it'll be more so, a review of the actual film, but throw in, some mentions of some highlights of like propaganda and how they use imagery or, and text and vocalization, to push a certain propaganda on you and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm thinking about doing it. There's this movie that's out now called Nope, from the same guy who did the movie we were talking about earlier, Us and Get Out. I'm thinking about doing that and doing a review. So, it seems most people are kind of down for it. I think I'll try it with that. It won't be a regular thing because we don't always have, as Black people, quote unquote, Black productions being pointed out. But I noticed that there was this TV show, which is the sequel to an old David Bowie movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, that was basically centered on a Black cast. In fact, one of the guys in the cast, actually, Mr. Untouchable, is portraying badly, but is portraying a Bahamian guy, right? So, and no one talked about it. Like, no one, and it's beautifully done. The acting is pretty cool. And no one was talking about it. So that's why I put that poll up, just so you know. Maybe I could get Razuli to come on sometimes and break down scene structures and stuff like that as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Keenan Thompson, KO, Iron Mike Tyson. So this came with a link. Let me drop the link, and then we'll discuss it.
Einstein's me. Right. Mike. If I'm not a nigga, I'm nothing. Not true. No, it's true. If I believe it's true. Yeah, but you shouldn't believe that. You can't control the way I fucking think, nigga. I'm not trying to. Then don't talk about it. That's what it is. Nah, if I'm not a nigga, I'm nothing. So don't tell me I'm not. Why would you think that? Because it is. It's that way. That's where we agree to disagree. Because I look at you as a king, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I look at you as one of the greatest people that ever walked this planet. The things you have done in your lifetime is so far away from the original connotation of that word. It's crazy. You don't know my shadow. I don't. I know what you've done in my life. My shadow it counterproducts everything you say about me, brother. I mean, I know what you've done in the light, my brother. You can't have a shadow without the light.
Yeah, that's a 49-second clip. I'm going to play it again so everyone really catches it, and then we'll have that discussion.
Einstein's me. Right. Mike. If I'm not a nigga, I'm nothing. Not true. No, it's true. If I believe it's true. Yeah, but you shouldn't believe that. You can't control the way I fucking think, nigga. I'm not trying to. Then don't talk about it. That's what it is. Nah, if I'm not a nigga, I'm nothing. So don't tell me I'm not. Why would you think that? Because it is. It's that way. That's where we agree to disagree. Because I look at you as a king, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I look at you as one of the greatest people that ever walked this planet. The things you have done in your lifetime is so far away from the original connotation of that word. It's crazy. You don't know my shadow. I don't. I know what you've done in the life. My shadow it counterproducts everything you say about me, brother. I mean, I know what you've done in the light, my brother. You can't have a shadow without the light.
All right, so I wanted you guys to get that, how that conversation was going, and it's centered around the so-called N-word. The prompt says, did Keenan Thompson KO Iron Mike Tyson? Because it is to be commended how cool, calm Keenan remains during the conversation. We've seen other people on Tyson's podcast who get completely punked out because, of course, it's Iron Mike Tyson, right? It's the animal. So that's to be commended. So what do you guys think? Let's start with Kevin Carre. Do you think Keenan Thompson KO'd Iron Mike Tyson here?
Yo, you have me laughing, man. I'm thinking they had a boxing match and he actually knocked him out. But yeah, he did, man. Like the way he was saying, I'm not gonna say the word, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah.
Why would you want to limit yourself that word? You know the hit, and this man is he's obviously he's a boomer, baby boomer. He should know better. He grew up around, well, I'll say early Gen X, not baby boomer, but early Gen X. But he should know better that he has been through people calling him that word, you know, when he was, well, I don't think they'll do it in prison, being there with him, but the media, all that stuff. Why would you want to refer to yourself as that word? You and Keenan, he's telling them, listen, you're more than that. But you're like, no, I'm only acknowledging my dark side. Like, no, you got to have the light side too. You got to balance yourself out. But I just think, man, too many punches to the head. That this is what happened years later, man.
I was wondering what happened to BB Rodriguez, and here I was just thinking about this like yesterday. Here's BB Rodriguez making an appearance in the chat. She says Keenan displaying obvious Toro energy. Erzuli, what did you think of that exchange between Keenan and Iron Mike?
I didn't really hear it, but were they debating whether they call themselves the N-word or not?
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, about the N-word, I used to have an issue with it to a certain degree, but then I learned that.
Oh, don't come with the negus.
No, I'm saying even in my culture, in the Haitian culture, when you say neg. So I don't know if neg is derived from Negro, because neg means man in my culture. Like, so neg. Neg is I don't know if it's more Negro-ish, because it might be derived from Negro word. So I don't know. The N-word is, I guess I understand both sides of the argument. It's like some people say they're trying to turn it in, they're owning the word or whatever. But I'm leaning toward the way to not calling yourself that word specifically, because like they use that same word to talk to describe any people, any race. So I understand both sides of the argument, but I was gonna bring out the niggas word, but you said not to do it, so I'm not even gonna bring it. So I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, that Zoe Williams, negus is niggas. That's so weak and pathetic that and people. I saw people, like a long list of people. Maybe it was under the same post, just trying to explain away this N-word shit, and many of them using that negus, the Ethiopian term for king. I mean, come off of that stuff.
But hold up, before you pass the mic, I was using one time I was at school, and then this white kid was talking about this white kid, and I mean this Middle Eastern kid was talking about, yo, why can't we use the N word? Why da da da? I said, yo, okay, so if you want to use the N word, why don't you use niggas? The white boy, we don't use it because the meaning is different, I guess, from that meaning. If you understand what I'm trying to say,
of course it's different, yeah.
So I was like, yo, so why would you want to use that word? Why don't you just use? He said, well, use this word, niggas. And he was like, to him, it was like you could see in his eyes he was taken back. I said, it means king. Are you gonna call me king? And then it's like the conversation was dead. But I don't know. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, I think Keenan had a good point. Unfortunately, it was coming from the wrong person. It would have been good if the words were switched around, because unfortunately he seems like a softer guy. So if he's talking sense, it makes his sense less sensible. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because in that conversation, the person you respect more is obviously Mike Tyson. So if Mike Tyson is being upbraided by some comedian on SNL who has some white wife or something, you're going to look at him sideways. I mean, he could have a point, but it's just coming from the wrong person, especially knowing that, Mike Tyson actually earned his status. So I'm not for the use of the word, obviously. But I at the same time, I can't tell people what to say. But the one thing I would definitely say that it's nothing to do with kings and all of that stuff. And even let's just say it did, which it doesn't. Even if that was so, it was only the kings, and even the term Negus Nagash, it means king of kings. So it was only a few people that term was used for. So you can't tell me that people, Ethiopians were going around calling each other kings, because that would completely lose the meaning of the term. So no, there's no. And then also this, you're looking at an East African, almost that's on the border of an Arabian civilization versus West African, dealing with those people, those pale savages. So no, it's not the same thing. And to me, it saddens me when people try to to make what do they say, to make shit look good, spraying gold on it. It's still the same thing. You're not making it better any more than a woman calling herself the B word is making herself better. No, it still means the same thing. Now you can use it in a different context. I've had Black Americans speak to each other in saying that word in an affectionate tone, but it doesn't still change the meaning of the word, what it came from, what it still is, and what people derive from it is still the same thing. So Keenan had a point, but he didn't. You could never, KO Mike Tyson. Even when he's wrong, he's still Mike Tyson. So yeah.
Okay, Jay, what say you to that?
Deep side. So we're talking about, and coincidentally, I come after Tanzan. Let me drop this noise. Coincidentally, I come after Tanzan that earlier spoke of the rebellious, rebellious side of African Americans. I am a Cape Verdean, and I live in the Netherlands. Right, I grew up in the Netherlands. I came here when I was 2. I'm 52 now, so I'm 50 years in this country. This country was occupied by the French and the Spanish, and of course the Germans. But that's late. All three. By the way, all three try to make one Europe. But anyways, one of the two, or either French or either Spanish. I don't care about their history that much. But one of them used to call Napoleon used to call this language a throat disease. But anyways, one of those occupiers used to call these people goose in a derogative way. Look at those goose, you know. And till this day, there's a proverb speaking of dumb, gullible, right? A goose being a dumb and gullible people. And the revolutionaries that kicked the oppressor out called themselves goose. Like, yeah, oh, so we're the goose that kicked you out. So I'm a Cape Verdean, right? And in 75 we obtained our independence, and unfortunately, unlike we did fight in Guinea-Bissau. But unlike Guinea-Bissau, our independence didn't come from guns and blood, but from paper and ink. But anyway, we celebrated it with, among other ways, with an LP. And on the back of the LP, there's a whole story about how we used to be called Creole in a derogative way, like bastard, right? And but now, yes, us, the Creole, we are going to Saltan Lumnar, which is actually a Mandinka culture. We are going to do all those things that the colonizer forbid. Yes, we are Creole, right? So I want to call this a little lesson in rebellion, because obliging to the English language is not rebellious. It's not. It's was Martin Luther King called the N-word? Yes. Well, I am Martin Luther King. Was Harriet Tubman called the N-word? Yes. Well, I am Harriet Tubman. Malcolm X? Well, I am Malcolm X. All of those people were called the N-word. Why? Because the enemy called us the N-word. So how are we going to be? How are we rebellious if we oblige to the English dictionary? Thank you.
You're welcome there. Let's go to Oni next. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so I heard something different. You know, I think it's different in the sense that so like I couldn't really understand what they were saying, but you know, they have the caption there. And I think what happens is that Mike Tyson said, I'm not an N-word, I'm a nothing, you know, as to say that he's less than an N-word, you know. And then you know, Keenan comes around and says, oh no, I see you as a king, right? Now my thing is this, like, realistically, I actually like what Mike Tyson was saying, not like in the sense of, you know, black people should look at themselves as nothing, but the reality that there are black people out there who look at themselves as nothing, you know. And it really comes back to this you know, what Maya Angelou said, right, which was, when a person tells you who they are, believe them the first time. You know, Mike Tyson is sitting here explaining to us, because actually Mike Tyson's like my second favorite actor, you know. He's my second favorite actor, but still, he's sitting there telling you, look, I'm not a good person. I've done terrible things. I'm less than an N-word. I'm less than, you know, for N-word being interchanged with black person. He's like, I'm less than a black person. I'm nothing, and pretty much I will like kill other people. You know, he didn't say he would kill other people, but he pretty much, you know, is letting us know that he has a dark past, you know, and dark not in a good way, you know. And so my thing is that, you know, sitting up there trying to correct him and say, no, man, you a king and you great, you redeemed yourself or something like that. And he knows better than anybody what he is about. You should just believe him. You know, one of the things that we do is we try to transform everybody else, you know. somebody come to you and tell you, look, man, you know, you shouldn't trust me, or I'm a bad person, I'm nothing, I'm below whatever, like that sucks for them. You don't want them to think that way. But you know, Mike Tyson's a grown-ass man, you know, and if a grown-ass man is telling you, hey, look, I'm worth nothing, you know, and he's like kind of like acting like he's ready to fight over the idea that he's worth nothing. Like, if that's really the case, like, not saying that you should be punked, but you know, it is Mike Tyson. So, you know, if Mike Tyson's punking you, it's not like anybody's looking at you sideways, like, damn, you let him punk you, right? But like, yeah, like, oh no, I see you as a king. Like, what are you talking about? You know? I mean, it sounds nice, it's good, it's uplifting, you know, it is the better message, I guess. But like at the end of the day, you know, one, I don't think this whole conversation was about whether the N-word was good or not. So I don't know why we would turn it to that. But you know, but I would say, you know, both of them are using the N-word like, oh, he should be calling himself an N-word, right? But the other thing is that, you know, realistically, like if he, like I said, if he's saying that he's less than, like if he's saying he's nothing and he basically shouldn't be valued and he's not, so on and so forth, just believe him. He's still a good actor. He's very funny. He got this cartoon that's pretty good. I mean, it's not funny, but it's you know, comical for what it, you know, just coming from Mike Tyson. So like I would just say, you know, I actually, like, I know how it looks good for on part of Mike Tyson, but I would say, nah, you know, I actually think Mike Tyson has a right to look at himself as if he's nothing, and the rest of us should just agree.
Right. In the chat, the House Ready podcast said if Mike Tyson says he's an N-word, then yes, sir, Mr. N-word, right? You go along with what Mike tells you. Kofi says the N-word was rebranded by black people in the 1980s. Look at song like Every N-word is a Star. The problem comes when it is used outside of the African-American community. Marcus Garvey away says the white man do irredeemable things all day, and we love them. Tanzan says Brother Bakari looks like Mike Tyson. Difference is Brother Bakari is not and does not like the N-word. Forecast laughs at that. KW7 says Mike Tyson is a product of the American N-word factory that Del Jones talked about in 1997. Right? Mr. Untouchable, what say you to what you saw?
Yeah, so I have a few things to say on this particular topic, but I'll try to make it brief. First of all, never argue with a person who is a slave or have a slavish mentality. One, why? Because it's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Number two, it's unproductive. And number three, it could be unpredictable what could happen. You know, Harriet Tubman made a statement back in the day. She said that in her lifetime, she freed thousands of slaves. And she said that she could have freed thousands more, but for if they realized that they were slaves. And Mike Tyson have a slave mindset. And sometimes I remember watching this movie, The Matrix. You know, I think that Lawrence Fishburne said that they don't necessarily like to pull people out of the Matrix at a certain point because the reality of who they really are can't necessarily take. So they become really destructive to themselves. You know what I mean? And I think that this is a dangerous thing because he is trying to bring him to the reality of who he is as a human being on this planet. And this man with a slave mentality can't take that. And he was really and truly, you know, the aggression that he had with, don't tell me I ain't a nigga. Don't tell me I ain't a slave. You know, he was about to jump off of that couch and show him that he was really the real big slave on the plantation and beat this man up to a pulp to show him and prove to him how much a slave he was. It's very dangerous. You know, you don't argue with people when they content with their station in life in his mind, even if he's $1 million slave. Because we have a lot of these people running around here who are multi-million-dollar slaves. I remember working on the Family Islands. And this is what really made me stop using that term, because we live in the so-called metropolitan country. Well, the island that I live on, where people from all walks of life come to the island, and we have so much access to the internet and modern media. And when I went to the island to do some work, I realized that where there was less international and outside influence, the people, how they would relate to one another, they would use the term brother. That's my brother. Yeah, that brother crazy. Or that brother go and do this. Or yeah, that sister man, she hired ain't no good. They don't really use the term nigga. I've never heard it. In fact, I've never heard my father use the term nigga before. Never. Maybe because he was an educated man. I don't know. But I've never heard him relate to another black person within the term nigga. He used to say fella. He used to say fella. He used to say that brother crazy or whatever. But he never used the term nigga.
I was saying that to a cousin of mine. Like when we were growing up, I never remember hearing no one say the word.
Not one time. Not one time. So so I find it interesting how I pick it up in living in the so-called modern world, but I decide to put that word down. I may use it from time to time because I'm a victim. No, I'm gonna say victim. I hate that word. I have been influenced and conditioned just like many other people, but my attempt is to disabuse myself of these kinds of negative terms because I am not a slave. And I won't refer to myself, my person, my agency as no nigger. You know what I mean? Let them keep that word. You know what I mean? Call me God Almighty if you confused about the terms. You know what I mean? Call me God Almighty, but I refer to myself as a human being on this planet. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna accept that term, and I'm not gonna accept other people calling me that term. Let them keep that. Let them keep that. Refer to me as another name. You don't call these names and things like that. But if he want to fight for that nigga term, let him, permit him. I think that Keenan Thompson was wrong for disputing that and getting into an argument with people who want to wear the title of nigger because they will kill you. You know what I mean? They will kill you if you was to try to remove that title away from them. And some people, I'm telling you, man, they become very, very dangerous and vicious when you tell them that they you know what, you shouldn't be no slave no more, you don't have to be no slave no more, You whisper that in their ears and they become they call the term, Dr. Francis Cresswell used to call the term cognitive dissonance. And I don't want to play that game. You know what I mean? So I believe that he shouldn't really have gotten into this argument with him. You should leave him in his station in his life and his mentality. If he wants to be a multi-million-dollar slave, then permit him to. There are many of them out here, and you just need to allow them, whatever their station and whatever their self-concept is about life, leave them to that. But I'll end there to be brief.
BB Rodriguez in the chat says, very good POV, Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, I think Mr. Untouchable and only kind of killed that problem there. Marcus Garvey is the way says, LOL, my 14-year-old son says the same. Call him God. Urzuli, I'll give you the last word. Keep it brief.
Another fault. I'm a very huge Mike Tyson fan, but I think the issue with this issue is that Mike Tyson hasn't forgiven himself for what he's been through. To me, Mike Tyson is one of the greatest of all time, but due to his choices and mental state, he didn't live up to that. But I think the reason why he's saying that is like, maybe Mike Tyson has done things that we don't know. So Mike Tyson hasn't forgiven himself, his parents, his childhood trauma. So even though Mike Tyson speaks nowadays like he has changed, but internally, he's really hurt. So that's why he's fighting for that word. Like, don't tell me I'm not, because he has maybe the grind that he has to go through. So I don't understand it, but I'm not gonna shit on Mike, because Mike, whether or not Mike was if he's a big slave, a king slave or whatnot, but Mike was one of the greatest, and I think he's hurt. That's why he's acting like that.
All right, thank you for that, Azuli. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7.
Before we do, I'll just add one thing when it comes to the N-word. For me, I say that there was a difference between an N-word and a Christian. It's all the same, concept.
Tan, your volume is dropping really low. Can you fix that?
Is it better now?
It's much better now. Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that there's little difference to me between an N-word and, Christian, Muslim, all these things. It's just one thing that, it's from the same source. It's from colonization, from that mindset. And so for me, like even people who say they're Indians, whatever identity people choose for themselves, I don't agree with it, but I will respect their right to choose, what they want to be. So if somebody tells me, they're in a religion or they're in the N-word or whatever, I might not agree with it, but like we said, these are all, just facets of being colonized. Keenan can't be too much on the, high horse because he's also colonized in other ways. So for me, that's just one manifestation of it, but I don't look at it differently as people who are religious or who are still, on that, white board, white train. So that's it for me. We can move on.
Hold on. I think the reason Mike Tyson was so angry at Keenan, I don't think Keenan recognized his trauma and really went to understand. He said, nah, oh, you the greatest, all of that. But I think that's what Mike Tyson was really mad about. I understand my trauma, where I'm coming from. And Keenan was like, nah, you the king, you this and that, while Mike Tyson is really hurting on the inside.
All right, yeah, I wanted to say just quickly, well, two things. I'm pretty sure Mike Tyson is saying that he's a nothing, and he's not saying he's the N-word. But the other thing I want to say was that, when Kofi says that the N-word was rebranded in the 80s, what was really interesting, and actually more interesting, because I just found the book online, but there's this book called From Superman to Man by J.A. Rogers. It's probably from the 60s or something like that. But he's recording, in this book, it's printed in 1968. He's recording how black people in America are calling themselves the N-word. And, this white boy is clowning them for it. Like in the story, there's a white boy who's like, oh, why are black folks saying that? And J.A. Rogers is saying, well, it's mostly like the poor and the underclass, So it's interesting because, a lot of us didn't even know. That's why I was saying about, how TV is kind of giving us this popular culture, because a lot of us didn't even know that black folk were calling each other the N-word, like going back to the 60s and before that, right? And probably the 20s and whatever, right? But because of hip hop, a lot of us think that we are starting to rebrand it and that we have some sort of, method to the madness. But the reality is the reason why we're calling each other the N-word is because of hip hop became so popular that all of us are suddenly talking like the like what we hear in the hip hop music. But realistically, it used to be that like maybe like poor black folk, somewhere in some far away ghetto might have been saying that stuff, but most black folk weren't really on that speed. But now today it's like every like more or less like you could get like 90% of, well, maybe not 90%, but like 90% of like black folk in cities at least. Oh, yeah, probably like maybe 75% of black adults are using the N-word like pretty regularly.
All right. In the chat, Marcus Garvey's the way he says that rebranding, quote unquote rebranding, is BS. She said Mike Tyson can just find a therapist. Keenan is not it. Let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 says, is this a positive or negative for the diaspora? Is this a positive or a negative for the diaspora? This takes us to an article, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, black residents signed resolution to create an African People's Militia. St. Petersburg, Sunday, July 10th was just another day to some people in St. Pete's black community, partly cloudy, but eventually lots of sunshine as usual. One exception to the mundane was the meeting at the Uhura House at 4 p.m. A group of, I guess, this link. I hate opening links like that because you don't know what to expect. Okay, so I guess this is the full article and it's about these people in the picture. So a group of people ranging in ages from the black community were there to discuss the recent burning of the red, black, and green Pan-African flag in the Uhura House parking lot. The flag burning happened on July 2nd and was treated as a minor incident of quote-unquote criminal mischief by the police. The police did announce the arrest of a 19-year-old black teenager who the police claim said his motive was that he, quote, hated socialists, end of quote, and was tired of driving by the ugly flag. While the flag burning incident showed the sheriff showed the self-hatred and service to white power, colonial capitalism by a black person, the incident was not the only topic on the agenda. Community members also discussed the May 10th massacre of 10 black people by a white
Oh, we can't see your
nationalist.
screen, by the way.
Oh, I mean, it's fine at this point. By a white nationalist teenager at a grocery store in Buffalo. The conversion then turned to the June 17, 2015 massacre of 9 black church members in Charleston, South Carolina by white nationalists. Dylan Roof and the police murders of George Floyd, Tyron Lewis, and Breonna Taylor. After receiving a community resolution meeting, participants determined that the African community must build an African people's militia to protect black people from the various security threats in the world. This militia will not be like white militias and serve the interests of white power and the system of colonial capitalism, a system that currently dominates the lives of African people on every level. The African People's Militia will monitor police activity to prevent and protect our people from the threat of white nationalist attacks on the African community, protect our children, and strive to rid our community of social ills such as drugs and alcohol addictions. So that's the, I was in the middle of reading it, so I didn't want to stop reading it midway through. But it should have been shared. I don't know why it wasn't shared. In case for those who want to see something on the screen, here's the. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, I see. Okay. It's when I clicked the link, it took me to another tab. That's the problem. But anyway, it was just this picture with the people that you see here. Anyway, with that said, the prompt says, is this a positive or negative for the diaspora? Kevin Carey 42, do you think this is a positive or a negative?
Well, I say it's a positive to form your own defense corps. You need that in these days with all these crazy folks coming and shooting up places. But my problem is, why are you announcing it? Do it in secret. Why do you need to announce that you're making a militia? Now, now that's going to pique the ears of all of law enforcement. And I bet you it's already infiltrated. But great idea. But next time, keep it on the low. No need to put on the newspaper.
All right, thank you for that. Jay, what say you? Positive or negative?
Hey, sorry it took so long. I was my pointer from my mouse was gone. It's exactly the same as Kevin. Why announce it? Why hang it on the church bell? Hey folks, we got arms. We're defending ourselves. Why?
In the chat, the Hot Rally podcast says, just like Farrakhan calling for 10K a few years ago, or the NFAC crew, just more posturing, defend your family and friends, but there's no black militia coming. Is Tanzan still with us? Tanzan may have fallen off.
Oh, yeah.
Tanzan is here. Tanzan,
yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I can understand the need for discretion and secrecy, but I can also understand why they would announce it, not just to let the people who might want to attack them know that, hey, you can't come in here, we are armed, and also to let some other people in other places with similar conditions know that they can also form a group and start thinking along those lines. So I see the need for keeping it secret and so on, but I also see why you might want to make that posture public. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, for me, I think that this is the tail wagging a dog. At this particular point in history, the idea of a black militia is an absurd idea. I believe. Why I say that? Because first of all, you don't make guns, nor do you have access to gunpowder, and all these things. The acquisition of all these things, you need to go to your same enemies to purchase these things. And what if they say, well, we ain't gonna sell you these guns? you left us out. It's really a ridiculous notion. The 5%ers say you either build or destroy, and I think that they need to invest more time in building. There are brothers who are on the continent now purchasing land and growing different fruits and vegetables and things they need all over the world. You know what I mean? These people have access. If these people have access to purchase all these very expensive equipment to so-called defend themselves, which is a ridiculous idea, they need to go buy some land and grow some fruits and vegetables. Go grow some pumpkin. Go grow some pumpkin or some vegetables. You know what I mean? Go try to feed yourself and produce and create a community for yourself. If you feel like you are being subjected into third class servitude in the country that you live in, because for me, this is just posturing at the worst order, because you could be wiped out in a second. I mean, it's really ridiculous. I mean, these people have more guns, arms, or ammunition, all these things. I think it's better. The difficulty, what I find, is with building, organizing to build and produce something that is constructive. And I think that these are more properly planned out things because they more long term. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go try to fight against the United States government or the United States police officers and all these things, people who have controls the government and the laws of the society and things of that nature. That's not a winnable. I like to fight winnable victories, and I try to choose maybe the more simplistic method, and all this mind power, I think could be more productive in finding other ways to exercise that mind power and that mind power, you know what I mean, in trying to create, in trying to build, rather than this whole thing of scarcity, or we afraid of what these people are gonna do to us or whatever. If you're afraid, you must leave. What you gonna do? Bang out against the United States Army? To me, it's just a ridiculous notion. You know what I mean? It's a ridiculous notion, and I think that for the long term, you have to fight long term. We've been fighting skirmishes forever. These small term victories we trying to achieve, and the ultimate prize is to win the whole battle. And the battle is for land. The battle is for control. And I feel at this particular point in time, you know what I mean, there's more that could be done in other various places with the buy-in and the money power that you have at this particular time. But this takes a lot of energy. This takes a lot of work. And I feel like sometimes some people want to shortcut that measure, because what is the long-term goal and result of this? What is the long-term goal and result of this? What are you looking to achieve? You know, you have a black militia, and then what? And then what? You know, I feel like it's a fantasyist kind of mentality, and the brothers could do what they want to do. They have a right to, but I certainly wouldn't endorse joining some of these kinds of groups, because I feel like the long-term goal of these things is ridiculous to me. That's just my personal opinion on that.
So what about the notion of, you know, cops or what have you, taking out young, unarmed black men and sometimes unarmed black women, and we sit around and nothing happens? These killers are walking around, and no one is avenging, so to speak. What about
sure?
What about the notion of the militia, right? For to at least to circumvent, right, some of those things from happening.
My first course of action, and let me use an example, the Trayvon Martin. My first course of action is the father, because that's blood. So if he is not willing to see justice, really and truly, I question the whole event. Because if my daddy ain't willing to go spend life in prison or death for me, what makes me think that others are willing to do the same kind of things? You know what I mean? He's supposed to be the first person The first person on the front lines. And it's to think that these militia groups are gonna see justice. They haven't done so yet. You only see lone wolves, and I could name them, the lone wolves who sought so-called justice in advancement of equality. And you see how that went. You know what I mean? For me, I feel like the only alternative, because if the blacks who are facing these inequities, not only in America and Brazil and other places, and even in the Bahamas, are not willing to do what is necessary, and we all know what that is, then we all us have to take the alternative road and method, because none of these people who claiming to be militia groups are willing to die or pay the cost of it. None of these militia groups are willing to let their families die because they will suffer as well. None of them. They talking tough. But when I see, as far as taking action is concerned, the numbers are very scarce. Very scarce. We just talked about the lady in Cuba who spent her whole life because she was willing to go that extra mile. How many people are willing to face that same sacrifice as her? Not many, brother. Not many. So if you're not gonna go that way, the alternative way of building outside and doing something for self, for me, I feel is more feasible, because all these black people that they like breathing, they like life, they ain't willing to give up their life. Many of them, they talking tough, they ain't willing to do it. So go build and go do something that is constructive rather than all these. For me, I feel like this is posturing. This is posturing of the highest order. That's my opinion.
In the chat, Razuli says that he likes Tanzan's take on this. She says, thank you. The forecast says, I agree with everything Tanzan has been saying. It goes on to say you have to not get killed first. I'm not sure where that fit in. Tanzan said yes. But imagine if Trayvon had also been armed. The forecast says, what about all the people who do want justice? They didn't have help either. Okay. Finally, let's go to Oni before we move on to shoot the breeze topic number 8.
Yeah. So I would say, like realistically, what they say, the first law of nature was self-preservation. Yeah. I mean, I can't blame folk, because I mean, if you're not going to leave, your best bet is to like die fighting. You know what I mean? Because like if this is like, I mean, it's like what do we want? Like this is the most self-respecting thing you can do in this disrespectful area, to say, look, I'm going to defend myself. Because here's the thing, even though we say, look, they should have probably been quiet about their own self-defense. The reality is this: you go to Chinatown, all the police are Chinese. You know what I mean? You go to, over in Jewtown, wherever Jewtown is, you could like they have ambulance, whatever. That's for them. That's for them. Like everybody is watching their own community, and then we kind of just sitting by. I mean, the Trayvon Martin story, if we being realistic, George Zimmerman was the community watchman. You know what I'm saying? Why is George Zimmerman your local community watchman? Now, part of that might be that they was living in his neighborhood, I guess, right? But at the end of the day, saying that, look, we feel like we're being killed. We getting red, black, and green flags burned, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna start defending ourselves, right? I mean, is it going to work? Probably not. Like Mr. Untouchable saying, it's probably not going to work. But are they gonna dip and go to another country? Probably not either. Unlike Mr. Untouchable, a lot of people here feel like they have roots that they can't leave, and I mean, I get that. You know what I mean? See, my family, they left Jamaica, so I'm not gonna say I have roots in Jamaica like that. If I were born in Jamaica and like I have family roots in Jamaica for a long time, I might say, yeah, why would I leave? This is my home. But I'm from as the other people say, I'm a people who fled. You know what I'm saying? Well, we didn't flee really, but still, We just went to another country, but you know, migrated. Everybody migrates, but the thing is that yeah, like if you feel like you got roots, I say sure. You know, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? You know, I mean, it's like what Tanzan was saying. You know, it's good propaganda. You know, I mean, it's good and bad propaganda. You know, in the sense of, you know, you trying to tell people that you could fight. Like what Miss Untouchable was saying was the realism. You know, you ain't gonna win no real fight. You know, Black Wall Street had guns. You understand? Tulsa, Oklahoma had guns, and then they actually took those weapons. And then after they took those weapons, which is important, because like after they take your weapons, you just the same as if you don't have a weapon. You know, and you might say, well, they ain't gonna take my weapon. Well, yeah, then they're going to just bomb you. You know, like Afghanis got weapons. Now, the difference between you and the Afghanis got the land too. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the land. So there's the big issue. So I would say, you know, it's good in the sense of, you know, it's like what Tanzan was saying. These are the rebellious. You know, this is what the rebels kind of look like. But it's bad in the sense that, you know, damn well this rebellion ain't leading nowhere. You know, when the Mau Mau rebelled, they got Kenya. Well, when the Creole rebelled, they got Haiti. You know, when the Maroons rebelled, they got Jamaica, whatever, right? But you know, you're not gonna get. Well, I don't even know what city this is or what state this is. You're not gonna get it. You know what I mean? You still be surrounded by 300 million.
That's Florida.
Yeah, Florida. Oh, you ain't gonna get no Florida. Come on, like that. The Cubans already got that. You know.
I thank you for that. I think I got everyone on that one. If there's no last words,
there's a last word. Quickly. I'll be very brief. To Oni's comment. Yes, the African Americans have roots in America, just like the people who would have migrated to America, of course, after first, second, and third generation. Absolutely, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. However, if we study history, the Jews had roots in Germany, and they were uprooted, because if they wasn't uprooted and they stayed, they would have ended up in the ovens or Krakow. So they made a decision. They say, look, we need to do something about our situation, because if we don't, we can end up in the ovens. So they created the Israel, and then they many of them moved to America in different parts of the world. So I feel like we are coming ultimately, and when I say we, I include myself with the African American, because they're my brothers. So we need to start, well, eventually, either we're going to go against the wall, or we have to make a dramatic decision on our place and station of where we are, or be
Wait, hold on, bro.
Go the way the Indians.
Yeah, bro, I feel you. That I mean, like that's what I mean. I'm not disagreeing with you, you know. And by the way, the Jews didn't escape the ovens; they went. Like they didn't have Israel till after World War II. So
no, some did leave and go to
America. Israel didn't exist, you know. Yeah. Like a lot of them, even the boy Einstein, he was up in Germany up until like people were like, "Yo, man, you got to leave," and he was like, "Nah, I'm staying here. I'm German." You know, and he's like, he considered one of the smartest people that there was.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
You know, so it's like I'm just saying that, like, when you have these kind of roots, like it's harder psychologically. You have to be like, and most of them like a lot of them went in the ovens. Like this guy, I mean, I don't know the numbers, but they're saying something like, you know, millions were led to the oven. So it's not like, you know, it's not like they like even when it's clearly, yo, this motherfucker's gonna kill y'all,
straight up,
still gonna just chill. Now, I don't think that's a good thing to just chill, but I also understand that every other group is also just chilling, you know. And the thing is that it's like, where you gonna run? That's the thing. That's the question a lot of black folks saying. That's why I say, as a Pan-African nationalist, we have to build the nations for people to say we're gonna run somewhere, you know, because you know the Native American, like, he had nowhere to run.
Yes.
That's why he kept fighting till he died, because he had nowhere to run. That he was on his land, right? African Americans, like, technically don't have nowhere to run neither.
I disagree with that. Because
I'm not saying that. Look, I'm not saying from the real perspective. Okay. I'm saying from their perspective. You know what I'm saying? So these people in front of us that you see, these 1, 2, 3, 6 people, right? They're like, they don't have nowhere to go.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Obviously, like I'm from, like, you know, we both from families that said, oh, look, there's more opportunity somewhere else and we could just dip whenever. You know what I mean? Like, we know we could just go to another place. We, you know, and in fact, when we read Marcus Garvey and Garveyism, they were saying that a lot of the rebellious people, contrary to what Tanzan was saying, but a lot of rebellious people were the Caribbeans, partly because the Caribbeans, you know, were moving around, you know, and they were cosmopolitan. They would, like, you know, they would leave where they at.
They consider Caribbeans troublemakers.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because like we would like leave, you know. But like if you feel like you rooted and like you like even the Jews who are considered, you know, who I mean, I don't consider them intelligent, but they are widely considered intelligent, and they were just like literally they were the ones left to the oven, like for real,
I understand.
millions. So I mean, Black Americans, I feel like a lot of people feel like it's going to be an oven situation with them, and I don't know what to do about it. But I would say, hey, look, if that's really what's going to happen, then yeah, arm yourself, you know. But I mean, obviously, you know, if you were saying, hey, what's the best thing to do? Get the fuck out. But I mean, a lot of people are not gonna hear that. And I resigned from that, kind of like with the Mike Tyson thing, where it's like, you know, if you want to call yourself an N-word or you want to call yourself nothing, then go for it. If you want to fight for a land that you cannot win, go for it. You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We touched on it a bit. The problem says for Shoot the Breeze topic number 8, oh snap, FBA Negroes own slaves. Why were we never taught this? I thought we were. I thought by now we all know this, but I guess we don't. This comes with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss.
Hey, Jim Stroud here with some information that has blown my mind. I mean, like, did you know that in pre-Civil War America, Black people owned Black slaves? Well, if you did, maybe you saw part 1 of my video series. Or, like me, you probably heard that Black people owned Black slaves because they were trying to protect their loved ones from, let's say, less charitable slave owners.
James, your name is Toby. I want to hear you say it. Your name is Toby. You're going to learn to say your name. Let me hear you say it. What's your name?
Kunta Kinte. While it is true that some Blacks did own Black slaves as a way of protecting their loved ones, that is only part of the story. It is not the entire story. Check out some of these statistics from the U.S. Census of 1830, and you'll see some interesting things like this. 965 free Black slave owners in Louisiana owned 4,206 slaves. 464 free Blacks in South Carolina owned 2,715 slaves. And as a matter of fact, free Blacks owned more than 10,000 slaves in Louisiana, Maryland, South Carolina, and Virginia. The majority of Black slave owners lived in Louisiana and planted sugarcane. Okay, when I saw those stats, I became very, very intrigued about Black slave owners. So I started researching and finding more information on the topic. And here are some things I discovered. Harry Coger, in his book, Black Slave Owners, Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina, he wrote about the success of Black women in Charleston. Here's a quote. By 1860, so many Black women in Charleston had inherited or been given slaves and other property by white men. By 1860, so many black women in Charleston had inherited or been given slaves and other property by white men and used their property to start successful businesses that they, the black women of Charleston, owned 70% of the black-owned slaves in the city. In Dixie's censored subject, Black Slave Owners, Robert M. Grooms points out, in 1860, there were at least 6 Negroes in Louisiana who owned 65 or more slaves. The largest number, 152 slaves, were owned by the widow C. Richards and her son P.C. Richards, who owned a large sugarcane plantation. Another Negro slave magnate in Louisiana with over 100 slaves was Antoine Dubuclet, a sugar planter whose estate was valued at, in 1860 dollars, $264,000. That year, the average wealth of Southern white men was $3,978. So, did some black people want slavery to continue because they were profiting from the institution? In Black Property Owners in the South, 1790 through 1915, the author Lauren Schwenger cites John Carruthers Stanley, someone who was born a slave in Craven County, North Carolina, who became extraordinarily successful barber and speculator in real estate in New Bern. By the early 1820s, Stanley owned 3 plantations and 163 slaves, and even hired 3 white overseers to manage his property. Whoo! Hey, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling you what I found out. From the book Black Masters, A Free Family of Color in the Old South, I learned about William Ellison. Now, he was born in 1790 as a slave on a plantation in the Fairfield district of the state, far up country from Charleston. In 1816, at the age of 26, he bought his own freedom and soon bought his wife and their child. In 1822, he opened his own cotton gin and soon became quite wealthy. By his death in 1860, he owned 900 acres of land and 63 slaves. At his death, just before the Civil War began, Ellison was richer than the overall majority. That's the overall majority of white people in South Carolina. That being said, Ellison did not allow any of his slaves to purchase his or her own freedom. For the love of money, people will steal from their mother. For the love of money. No, let the music play, because that's keeping me from getting mad. Yeah. Woo! Okay, so there were some free blacks who exploited their fellow blacks for profit. That is a historical fact. But what about the slaves who, or rather, what about the free blacks who purchased their loved ones in order to protect them? Surely they treated them all with loving care. Dilsey Pope was born a free woman, and when she was older, she bought the man she loved in order to marry him. Dilsey owned her own house and land, and she also hired her husband out as labor. One day, as all married couples do, they had a fight. And as a result, Dilsey sold him to her white neighbor out of spite. Later on, Dilsey felt bad about the argument and tried to reconcile. Only problem was that when she went to buy her husband back and apologize, her neighbor refused to sell him. Awkward. Jacob Gaskin was born free because his mother was a free woman. His father was still a slave at the time of his birth. When Jacob grew older, his mother helped him to buy his father. The family was happy with this arrangement, although the father was technically still their slave. One day, Jacob's father scolded him for misbehaving, as any good father would do. Jacob didn't like his father telling him what to do, so he sold his daddy to a New Orleans trader and then later bragged to his friends and colleagues about sending his own father to be a slave on a plantation in Louisiana to, quote, learn him some manners. That was wrong on so many levels. In the book, 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro, Carter G. Woodson said some of the husbands who purchased their spouses were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years, and if they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders dispose of Negroes. So, what's my takeaway from all these things that I've learned? Well, for better, or in this case for worse, both white and black profited from the institution of slavery. In some ways, black people profited more when you think about the undue advantage they had over their loved ones. Certainly not all black people, but some did. In light of that, there's no one group of people more virtuous than the other. In a way, in a weird kind of way, it reminded me of a quote from one of my heroes, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said this: "I look to a day when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." So, what do you think about the things I shared in this video? Is your mind like, or are you like, whatever? Either way, I would like to hear from you. If you would, leave a comment below. Please share this video.
Yeah, I was watching this and I was waiting. I was gonna, my first comment, and still is, was gonna be, this guy sounds like he's performing to white folks. And at the end of the video here, you see, you hear him basically try to justify European involvement, right? Because there was as D-Web in the chat said, there were a few outliers who were engaged in the slave trade. By the way, the same way you give a pass to the outliers here in the U.S. who were involved in the trade is the same way a pass should be given to the outliers on the continent, right? Who engaged in the slave trade as well. But I took that from it, and I know someone else mentioned his teeth need to get fixed and whatnot. But Kevin Carre, what did you hear in that presentation?
Well, a lot of babble after a while, but I kind of heard about that blacks a lot of blacks own slavery, but it was such a small minority compared to the rest of the South. Who was running the South? Old white men. Those who are the majority slave owners. The amount of slaves owned by these black folks is like a drop in the bucket compared to what these people own. But as you said, he's just trying to kill the white folks. But I'm going to step back on this one.
Jay, what did you hear in this presentation? Is Jay still with us, or is he sleeping? You got to remember, this show is like in early morning for Jay. So we appreciate him for being here tonight. Oni, what say you here?
I mean, it was a weird performance. Like a lot of weirdos. I don't know why the weirdo thing is so common. But yeah, I mean, I got nothing. I mean, like I think Harsh Reality put it out. He said, "Look, this is something that happened. It was probably rare, but that was also the economy. That's the thing about economics is that like if I were to, let's say, buy the stock of McDonald's, people will say, "Oh, look, Oni supports prison labor," or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, do I support prison labor? No. I mean, not to say that these people weren't directly involved in enslaving people. They certainly were. But like that was also the economy. Obviously you don't give that excuse to white folk because they set up the economy. But right. With black folk, like that's what you had to do. Unfortunately, it's like with homegirl right now, Rihanna. Rihanna's doing like makeup and shit. And she's like working these Indian kids or something like that, Right. But like if she weren't working these Indian kids, like
she wouldn't be a billionaire.
Yeah. You said she wouldn't be a billionaire. One and two, it's like who's going to who's gonna do this work? Like, who's gonna do this little labor? And like, how much do you have to pay people to do that kind of labor in America? You know what I mean? Like, you'd have to pay them what, like $50 an hour or some shit. Or maybe not that much, but still, you know, yeah, she just wouldn't, like, she'd have to sell her stuff even more expensive, you know? So I mean, like, I think we all knew about this, but it's, again, like, it's about who set up the system and who profit from the system and who's like really degrading you, you know? These are like some exceptional cases, just like there are like rich black folk right now, or there's like poor white folk right now. Like, nobody cares. Like, the reality is that there's a system in place, and that's really like what we have to focus on. Because like, as the dude showed in the end, you know, he's all about that, you know. He's just about getting these white folk to feel better about,
Right.
you know, enslaving us, you know.
Right. The House Radio Podcast says, yep, he announced his intentions at the end. Tanzan in the chat said, so it's not just Africans selling African Americans. I guess we are truly related. Tanzan, you want to expand on that idea a little bit?
A little bit. Okay, so
Tanzan, your volume is really low. And there's some kind of feedback. I'm going to have to mute you, Tanzan. That noise is too much. Apparently, there's a lot of comments deleted in the chat. I don't know anything about it. In fact, I can't even see that on my end. Looking through the screen here.
He kept saying Azuri's deleting the comment, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else doing it. Could be YouTube messing with the stream.
Could be. Yeah, I can't see it at all. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, this is not new. Well, any student of history would have known that this particular thing has took place. You know, I think that all of us on the chat and on the panel know that we have black devils that exist all throughout the diaspora and even continental devils. You know, Mobutu is just much of an exploiter of black people as any slave owner in the Caribbean and in the Americas. So I mean, we have devils that exist. You know what I mean? It's interesting that it's like it's like we trying to make the victims the people who are responsible for slavery, and it's a nonsense. You know what I mean? There are Jews who actually participated in Hitler's Germany, in particular with the concentration camps. Most people don't even know that, and they're really never mentioned because they have a whole racket going as far as the what happened to the Jews, but they would point the fact that we have some outliers that existed within the black communities who were graduated to a level of slave ownership, and then they push them out front and say, well, see, they're responsible for their own hardships that they had to endure on a slave trip. So for me, this is just a trying to deny the fact that primarily, you know, the so-called chattel slavery that existed in the West was the authors or the people who are at the central point of the slave trade were European traders and Jewish traders as well. You know what I mean? So he is just really another black devil doing the job of the people who probably would have sent him. It is history. I won't deny it. You know what I mean? Just in the Americas, they had slave owners. They had slave owners in the Caribbean as well. But I would say that we always have devils that existed among us. Always. That is just a failing of human beings. You know what I mean? And just that they have them there. They had Jews in Hitler's Germany who participated in the Holocaust as well. They never mentioned, you don't even know their names, but there were people who participated in Hitler's Germany who were Jewish and had a Jewish background, but we
bankrolled them.
Absolutely, but we tend to want to demonize our own. So he is just doing the job of this demonization, and in Africa as well, they had people, you know, who participated in Leopold's Congo. You know what I mean? People who were participating with him to enslaving the native population there. We always had devils. So we don't want to deny the fact that devils existed, but we are not the authors. We are not the authors. We are not the creators of the circumstance that existed for these people to exist. And I think that that's what's not said in these kinds of videos. You know what I mean? It's not said, but it is what it is. You know, I won't deny the history of it, but what I would say is were not the authors of chattel slavery in the Americas or in the Caribbean or in South America as well. So he's just doing the devil's job, man. Just a big devil. Jim Sherrod. Remember his name.
Yeah. With that, let's go to Erzuli. Erzuli, you put up this post. I guess you weren't familiar with the fact that there were some African American or Africans in America who owned slaves.
Well, no, I never really heard this part. I heard it, but I didn't hear it to that level. And there was other videos of I made research from that I found out that there was more. To me, that's very troubling. And maybe this guy is trying to alleviate the European Atlantic slave trade, but this is very disturbing. All these FBA talking about they did this. This is very controversial or contradicting what they believe that their ancestors did. And to me, this is worse. This is worse than European slavery. You sold your own people for your own bullshit. Nah, man. Like this is to me is way worse. Did you hear the guys was talking about? Oh, his wife bought his they was using people. That was people. To me, there's no difference between a black slave owner is worse than the Caucasian slave owner. That's how I feel about it. This is very disturbing.
Now, Brother Bakari, if Brother Bakari was here, he would say how your voice changed up when you said it's worse that the black man was doing this than the white one. So what would you say to that had Brother Bakari been here and actually said that?
I don't care. If my father said I ain't shit, it's worse than if somebody in the street says it. So I don't care even if Brother Bakari said that. It's your own people. The enemy could do whatever they want to you. I mean, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying when your own people do it. Did you hear what this man said?
Because the forecast is in the chat, and the forecast, this is kind of the forecaster's thing to point out that we go harder against our own folks as opposed to this white guy who created the overall situation.
First of all,
do you think you're doing that? Do you think you're going harder on the black? Now, because personally, I understand where you're coming from.
I'm going harder on us. Yes, and I don't care. Yeah, the so-called enemy, the so-called oppressor, he's supposed to do that to me. My own people. Did you hear what the guy was talking? Also, I don't believe a lot of the statistics that he said, but the mere fact, even if it was 3 slave owners, you sold your husband, and then because your husband didn't agree. Do we understand what's going on? So now we wonder why, as a black people, we can't get ahead. We think, we want to blame the Caucasian man for everything, but it's our own brothers also doing the deeds. Nah, I don't care what they say. Yes, I'm going harder on us. I'm going harder on us. Because supposedly we're supposed to be love. We're supposed to be a socialistic group of people. We're supposed to love each other. How could you be a slave? You gained your freedom and you turn around and do that to your own people? In America and the Caribbean, if you did that, you're in. So you mean to tell me these people deserve reparation too? These people deserve reparation too? Come on, man.
Oh, actually, let me interject here. I just realized I forgot. So there's the Restovac system. I think it's called Restovac in Haiti, but also in Africa right now, there's the domestic servant industry. So I think that a lot of people,
that too.
A lot of people do enslave people, even in Africa, even in Haiti, today. Now it's not the same kind of slavery. Obviously, American slavery is worse. If you're talking about, American slavery is worse than, domestic servants. But I know a lot of people who do mistreat their domestic servants. I know a lot of people who, obviously don't pay their domestic servants at all, or would beat their domestic servants, or even try to sexually assault their domestic servants. A lot of people in Africa would admit, for instance, that they lose their virginity to their domestic servants. You know, so this like that outrage about slavery, particularly geared toward like this African American situation, and its relation to reparations per se. I don't think it's realistic for anybody, especially understanding that, kind of like what, because I think a harsh reality kind of inspired this comment of mine where he says, well, you don't think people would do that today if slavery was still legal? And like people legit do today where it is legal, and like Erzuli's, the Haitian background, like the rest of our system is like that. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like, because I don't know, because the stories didn't go into how, if they were brutal to the quote unquote African American slaves, or if they were just treating them like domestic servants, right? But like the reality is that even in Haiti, you will see domestic servants being mistreated, obviously not to the degree of cattle tails and all that kind of shit. But I don't know.
The domestic servants in Haiti are nothing comparable to chattel slavery at all. Yes,
well,
they
I don't know. We can't say whether this is like chattel slavery though. You know what I mean? Like we just heard that they're slave masters, but we don't know if they're doing like not cat of nine tails and shit and torture devices. We just know they're not paying people, which is kind of common, or is actually really historically common throughout history, that you don't actually pay people wages. Like the peasants weren't paid wages. Wages kind of relates to the capitalist economy more than anything. Like the bourgeoisie kind of pay wages to the proletariat, but realistically, the king didn't pay wages to his retinue. So but we, like today we might call that slavery, but like we don't know per se. So I don't know if this example of African Americans enslaving other African Americans is the same as them torturing and degrading people. It might just be normal, hey, you're in my retinue now, or you're doing this work for me, and maybe I'm coming out with the profit, sure, but you're working for me. And like we don't know if their situation was actually like nothing in this story suggested that their situation was horrible. I mean, the one story that Tanzan pointed out, oh, the father sold the son, it didn't seem like it just seemed like he was property to the son, but it didn't seem like he was being abused by the son. It looks like he was just disciplining the son, and the son just sold him away. So it's not the same as like I don't think we would call this even chattel slavery as much as we just say it's an example of I guess domestic servitude, that like or unpaid labor, which is not it's not like, it's again, historically a lot of labor wasn't paid.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. This guy is talking about slavery and who's the enslaver, but he isn't talking about the level of what the slavery. I think that's a good point. He's not talking about if black folks was carrying out chattel slavery themselves. Maybe they just was owning folks as a way of protection. You know what I mean? As a way of grouping, keeping groups together and stuff like that. It might not at all have been something chattel.
Nah, he said they weren't. He said they were not doing it just for grouping. He said they were doing it for profit, the same way as the white man was doing it. He said that.
Yeah, but profit. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Profit, like like for instance, like we work at McDonald's for profit. We just get wages. You know what I mean? Like we get wages, but in those days, there like wages was really like in the city. You know what I mean? You weren't really giving people wages for farm work. You know what I'm saying? And so like you were providing for them in like their housing, but like they didn't really, like usually you wouldn't have given people wages for housing for farm work anyway. And like the people who did do wage, like one of the reasons why the Civil War was something was because they were trying to push it towards because like white people couldn't compete in the agricultural agriculture with people who weren't getting paid, but like like it was like the fight between cheap labor and free labor. But again, like free labor in and of itself is not the same as chattel slavery, I mean, you could call it slavery. You could call it slavery, but it's not the same as chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is the one that we really that's really like the condemnable thing. You know, people having short lifespans. You know, like 5 years, 6 years of life at working themselves to death. You know, day in, day out, being treated like animals. You know, we don't know if these people are being treated like animals.
No one wants to be a slave, bro. No matter if it's chattel slavery or what. No one wants to be a slave, bro.
Yeah, I feel you, but again, like, you know, but that's the thing, like
reality, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like you know, like what were they gonna be if these black folk didn't buy them?
What? Are you serious?
No, I'm saying
Yo,
like
get the fuck out of here, bro.
no, I'm
What?
asking you, they would have been enslaved by a white person. What are you talking about?
So
Like,
what does that mean, bro?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Yo, y'all crazy.
The question then becomes: Is the black person, the black enslaver, are they carrying out the same means and methods of the Eurasian enslaver, which we know was chattel slavery, brutality, torture, working until death, right? Did they carry? And so that's the missing link here, right? Because if you were a slave and you weren't owned by a black person, you damn sure was going to be owned by a white one. And so the question, the thing that this video doesn't necessarily give us is the conditions, the treatment of blacks who would have enslaved. And I know it sounds bad. It sounds bad. I get it. But because you're thinking about it in a flat sense, that, yeah, these black folks were doing the same thing white folks were doing. And so, yes, if that's the case, that's bad, right? It's not. It doesn't just sound bad. It is bad. But we don't necessarily know that. Like, I knew that blacks owned slaves, and even myself, to be honest, in many ways, I thought of it in that flat way where, oh, well, they must be doing, you know, they must have treated other Africans the same way the Eurasian did. These white folks did. You know what I mean? But that's not necessarily the case. You know what I mean? In the chat, Tanzan says, who would you rather be enslaved by? And the truth of the matter is, if it's your own people, hopefully your own people will take some compassion on you and won't treat you as bad as the white boy would. You know? The forecast says if he's just hearing about this, maybe he should study a little bit more, talking to a Zulu. Shali podcast says Civil War happened because Industrial Revolution. South would have been able to open factories with unlimited slave labor. Would have fucked the global economy, not just the U.S., couldn't happen. You know, forecast earlier mentioned a lot of people use this, a lot of black folks who own slaves used it to buy their children and husbands and wives, etc. You know? So that's the thing that we don't know, Zuli. We don't,
Yeah.
I mean, do you know for certain that the well, you didn't even know that it happened. So you don't know if Africans were carrying out chattel slavery, mirroring what white folks was doing. Oni, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, you know, like realistically, African people were brought to America to be enslaved, you know? And so if you can get them onto your land, right? And that's it. Like, that's a good ass thing. Now, you might say, well, why don't you just free them right away? Well, one, because it costs you thousands of dollars to purchase a human being, right? And so you might want them to work back to get you your profit. But two, even if you release them and they're free now, what options do they have? You know, like if they don't have any wealth, how are they gonna make it in America? You know, like in America at that point in time, you know, so like let's be for real, right? You know, let's say shit hits the fan in America, right? And then you now have to go into your survival groups. A lot of people are just gonna get shot, killed, whatever, right? But eventually you're going to find yourself inside of potentially if you survive long enough, you find yourself inside of a community that's going to say, look, you're going to have to do some you're going to have to do some work. And that's going to be what you're going to, that's going to be how you're surviving now, you know? And you're going to, and like, if people are not abusing you, but they're just telling you got to work, you know, like basically they saved you from whatever, and now you got to work. That's like what it is. Kind of like the indentured servitude thing. Now we did hear the dude did not free the people after so on and so forth. So some of them might have been a little harsher than the other ones, but you know, again, like the indentured servitude is how a lot of these white folk came to America, period. You know, a lot of these white folk were not paid for maybe 5 years or something, right? I mean, obviously the lifelong slavery thing is not a lifelong not being paid thing is not that great, but you know, again, like we have to just be realistic. You know, if you're in the South, you're in a plantation system, and you happen to be a free black person, you know, and you're not abusing your enslaved, your you know, black people or whatever, you know, and you purchase people and you say, look, I'll you know, all you got to work, but we're not gonna, like, you know, you're gonna have regular hours, but you got to work, and you maybe not gonna get any money from this, but you know, at least you're not being abused for the rest of your life, and at least your life's not being cut short by 50 years. You know what I mean? Like I think that's just the realistic way to look at it, you know.
Cool.
Now, yeah, that's a realistic way.
In the chat, 1 second, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, the Forecast Radio says, notice he said 10,000 people, but he could only name like 4 cases where they really practiced chattel slavery. And most of them were mulatto children of slave owners. Mr. Untouchable, and then Tanzan. I want to hear what Tanzan has to say.
Yeah, because it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to try to be brief. I work on the tourism plantation system, because it's the same plantation system, whether people want to know that or not. But I work on the tourism plantation system briefly when I was younger. And I have found, it's been my experience, that we believe that the black, because people black in authoritative positions, that they would treat you better, but that's certainly not the case. That's certainly not the case. You know, you give some black people a badge and position, they would treat you worse than the so-called owners, you know, the so-called people who own these establishments. And now I don't understand what it is. Maybe it's self-hatred or whatever you want to call it, but it's been my experience, brother. You give people a badge and position, that these people would treat you worse. So I like I say, I had a personal experience with how black devils behave. You know what I mean? So I am not with the fantasist belief that because people were family members, oh, we just trying to rescue you. You know what I mean? We just trying to save you because you're a family member. So we trying to take you away from the system. The system is in place for a reason. And people are conditioned with a certain idea and philosophy and belief. And regardless of the fact that you may be a family member or a distant relative, or you may just even be a friend, you know what I mean? You put a badge and a so-called authority over some Negroes, and my brother, these people would act as if they were devils, worse than the slave owners themselves. You know what I mean? So, like I say, I had a personal experience with it, and I don't want to pretend as if, you know what I mean, just because some people were family members, they're just to rescue people from that experience. No way. They were just as big as devils, as any of the slave owners. So I don't want to play this little game that we trying to play, like, oh, okay, they just was there, you know, to institute, you know, and have these as slaves because these are family members and so forth. No way. They was just as conditioned, and they had the same kinds of mentality. And we just shouldn't shy away from the fact that we have black devils that exist among us. And we shouldn't play with that. We shouldn't play with that at all.
Tanzan, which would you rather be enslaved by, in light of everything that's been said? We have some interference or something making a lot of noise. We can't hear you at all. Tanzan, maybe you should quickly drop off the panel and come back in.
Yeah. All right. Let me interject then. So what Mr. Untouchable said, I think that's something that you could, like, I feel like that's something that you might say today, you know, and obviously, like, if we were talking about black overseers, we might probably extend it to the black overseers, but we're talking about black slave owners. And when we understand what chattel slavery was like it's a different level of cruelty from what we see today. Like even the white folk of today are not as cruel as the white slave owners were. So I do not think that the black slave owners were as cruel as the white slave owners. I think that's something that probably should be clarified. I mean, I know it's 1 o'clock at this point, but I think that's something that should be clarified, that realistically, we can't just look at our experiences today and say, hey, because black folk, blah, blah, blah. Like realistically, white, like what they were doing, like it was real human torture. And it's just not something that we even see today, so it's just not something that I would extend to the black slave owners without any evidence.
All right, we got Tanzan back. Tanzan, can you speak on it?
No, I'm going to get on a different device. So
yeah, Tanzan, your sound is not good. Jay, I saw you say something in the chat. Say it must mean you're around. Are you here? If not, we'll have to call that a night. We'll have to hear from Tanzan next time because the noise is just too much.
Yeah, me too.
Jay, you saying something?
No, I said yeah, me too. Next time.
Okay, good. Yeah. So I want to thank everyone who was here. I want to thank everyone in the chat. A lot of people, too much for me to name right now. But just to name a few, the forecasters in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline, the Harsh Reality Podcast, The Learning Curve, Trigger Happy 262, KW Dawn 7, and others. We're here tonight. Marcus Garvey is the way. Trigger, the second Trigger, was here as well. Thanks to the panel, man. Once again, Mr. Untouchable, thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thanks to Kevin Carre 42, Oni, Jay, Tanzan, Urzuli. Thanks to all of you for coming through tonight.
Before we go, brother, did you make that connect?
I've emailed that person twice now, and I haven't heard back.
Didn't make no call?
Call?
Yeah, I send you the number. You didn't get the number?
I forgot about the number, so I'll check out the number tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
All right. Yeah. So I did email twice, but you're right. You did give me the WhatsApp number. I'll try to use that tomorrow on Monday. Anyway, thank you guys for coming in tonight. We'll do it again next week, man. And Oni, what's going on your show tomorrow? Maybe.
Oh dang! I thought you were closing out. I got to plug my phone in. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go into the diaspora stuff. I said that earlier though. We're gonna go into diaspora stuff, and also Ghazi. I don't know if y'all heard about Ghazi, but this weirdo, I think he got somebody murdered or something. So I'm gonna go look into that. But other than that, it's gonna be just regular smegular enemies within.
All right. So we'll be there for that tomorrow. Tanzan, I think you're saying you're back in, but I want to end the show at 1. I'm going to try to stick to that here. We could have the discussion again with you. We'll feature Tanzan more next week. The forecast asks, when is your show, Oni? It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the YouTube channel is the Pro Black Perspective. So you can tune into that. All right. We'll talk again next week. Thanks again. You guys make sure to hit the like button. And until next time, this has been the Bitter Medicine Podcast. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.